feel with this team, right? And again, it's one game. There's a lot of series ahead of us. When you play your game, it just gives you confidence to kind of roll it over into the next day.
This team specifically, we have a ton of guys that are built for the moment. I think we showed that last night, and I'm excited to continue to show that today. The Rogers Center, the stadium, the crowd, the support has been second to none.
Having to go out there and perform at your best to help your team win a championship. A lot more fans here, and there's going to be a lot more energy, but I mean, I'm built for this.
How about this, Buck? When Treyas Savage made his pro debut for Dunedin in Jupiter in April, there were 327 people. There's considerably more than that here today. And he starts off. Trey Grisham. Got him. Swing and a miss to get him. They make things like this in East Carolina. Ooh, they did everybody. Looking on from the third base dugout. And they see another strikeout. Striking out 3 in the top of the first.
He's just one of those guys where the presence on the mound is a little bit different.
7th pitch to Stanton. Swing and a miss, he got him.
Here comes the Dalton Varsho.
Varsho is in at third. Ernie Clement with a fly ball to left. And if the roof was on this place right now, Buck, they'd have blown it right off of here. Unbelievable scene here at the Rogers Center.
Being able to stay even keel and not ride the highs and ride the lows, being calm and controlling my breath and just being in the present moment.
Big righty is Savage. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 down.
Already 6 Ks through 2 2. He strikes out the side in the third.
Tough to put into words, you know. Kid started an A-ball this year and just did that against that lineup, you know.
Jam-packed and rocking Rogers Center right now. It is 5-0 Blue Jays. He strikes out Judge. This is unbelievable. Fans rise to their feet. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. 9 strikeouts, already a franchise postseason record. This game is in the 4th. He struck out the side again. 10 strikeouts in 4 innings.
Complete, utter dominance.
Now here comes Guerrero, who had a moment in the bottom of the first yesterday. Rises to the occasion where he sees the pinstripes. Now Varsho drills 1. Stars are once again being stars. Trey Savage is going to reap the rewards of a job well done here today. What an incredible performance.
How are you feeling right now, Trey, with all this going on? How does this feel for you?
This has got to be cloud 9. I mean, I couldn't imagine a better feeling right now.
But there's just something about him.
He's worked so hard.
It's special. They've been with me from age 4 in T-ball all the way up to now 22, playing in the major leagues.
We knew he was in good hands. All of our Canadian fans. For Dalton Varsho. How about 2 doubles, 2 home runs?
I think we're kind of not really talking about Varsho's day at the plate. You know, I mean, kind of ho-hum, couple doubles, couple homers. He's been phenomenal, right?
Fans have had a lot to cheer for in these first 2 games. Again, they are a strike away. Lopsided.
The Toronto Blue Jays are a winner.
Their energy they bring for us, you know, we have to bring the energy. I mean, he said he built for this, and he showed them we built for this, and amazing job he did today.
It was awesome. You guys are rocking. The city's awesome. And I love you guys.
Built for this moment. You're built for October.
Absolutely. Let's go, Toronto!
Thinking about upgrading your equipment? Finning has a deal that's built to reward you whether you're a new or returning customer. From now until November 2nd, take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months on select CAT compact equipment. With payments starting as low as $1,458 a month, it's never been easier to own the gear you need. But hurry, these offers end November 2nd. To learn more and to book your demo today, visit your local Finning dealership or call 1-800-FINNING.
I felt pretty good on the flight here for a little bit, and after that, you kind of get back to work, and you deal with it when you deal with it.
Any family and friends from Jersey?
Yeah, I got my wife and my boys coming. They've been here, and mom and pop are coming with my two brothers. And I told them, don't wear a Schneider jersey. You may get hurt. Maybe just wear some neutral colors. But yeah, pretty cool to have some family here.
We'll do two last ones. The fifth row on your right.
Davis was in here earlier talking about how you guys aren't intimidated by this stage, how it's just basically a bunch of guys here just having fun playing baseball. Has that been the MO since day one, or is this something that has sort of developed as the season progressed?
I think that was kind of there, but you really you kind of saw it unfold over the course of the season, where you can grasp onto any narrative that is out there, right? But I think that's been apparent for a while now. That's been apparent that's what they're doing for a while now. I've joked with Donnie and Pete. Some days it feels like the movie The Sandlot. They're just coming in and playing. And I think if you can embrace that, it's pretty cool, because ultimately, if you want to get to where you want to get to, it's just going to get more and more magnified and more tense. So it's been like that for a while with this group, which is pretty cool.
We'll finish up with Ben, third row on your left.
When it comes to something like pitch tipping in-game, who are the guys in your dugout that you rely on most to help you identify whether it's on your team or the other team, something that might be going on?
I think pitch tipping. You can always say, you trust your catcher, what he's seeing kind of in real time. Pete looks at it quite a bit. I think we have some veteran guys. I'm thinking back to the game here where Max was pitching, and it's not very often Ty France makes a mound visit to Max Scherzer, right? So I think if someone sees something, they're gonna try to address it in real time. Again, you don't want it to dominate your day. You don't want to dominate your prep or what you're doing. But I think we have enough people kind of aware of what's going on.
That's the skipper, John Schneider, speaking with the media earlier this afternoon at Yankee Stadium. Before we send you back to Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue in the Bronx, one last pregame check-in with another voice on our many Blue Jays broadcasts. Here's Buck Martinez with Jeff Blair and Kevin Parker.
Shane Bieber's got, I think, 10 days between starts. Is that a big deal, Buck? Doesn't matter.
Kevin, I don't think it matters. He talked about it himself, how he's had 5, 6, and 7 days in between starts this year. And the Blue Jays have done a very good job of maintaining some consistency for him. And John Schneider addressed it in his pregame scrum with us here not too long ago. He said, for the last 15 months, Shane Bieber has gone day in and day out rehabbing from his Tommy John. He said, I think he benefited from 5 days off. He threw once in the inner squad, threw 2 bullpens on the side, so I think he's going to be ready to go. And he's also had the luxury of pitching a postseason game here at Yankee Stadium, and this will be his 3rd start against the Yankees in postseason. So I don't think it's going to have any effect whatsoever. I think Louis got to a point where there's an adjustment period when you go from one team to another in the mid-season. You don't know anybody. You've not been around these guys, and everything's a little bit different. The pregame prep is different. Your in-between sides are different. You got a new pitching coach, new bullpen coaches. So I think it's going to want to adjust. But right now, this is the Louis Varland that the Blue Jays traded for. The impactful fastball, the great knuckle curveball, and the demeanor of I'm coming at you. And we have seen that early in this series already.
Do you think Santander being in a lineup, hitting right-handed with that short porch and right could help him get off to a hot start tonight?
Yeah, you know what? I think he's actually swinging the bat pretty well. He doesn't have a whole lot of hits, but he's made some great swings, and I think his swing is better than we expected it to be. And, he's a veteran enough to know that, you just got to go out there. The key to hitting for anybody, I don't care when you're playing, if it's April or if it's October, is to get a good pitch to hit. And I think that's what served this Blue Jays team so well so far in the postseason is they aren't chasing a lot of pitches. have done a great job of not swinging and missing and putting a lot of balls in play and putting pressure on the Yankees.
That is Buck Martinez with Blair and Barker. And don't forget, B&B will be along for Jays Talk, win or lose, after this game is in the books tonight. A quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. One game to talk about tonight. Tigers at Mariners, Game 3, series tied 1-1 in the best of 5 coming into tonight. A little rainy in Detroit. This game was supposed to start at 4 Eastern. Actually got started at 7 Eastern, thanks to the lengthy rain delay right now. Mariners up 2-0 in the top of the 4th inning. Jack Flaherty and Logan Gilbert, the pitching matchup today. Gilbert looking pretty good, but we'll continue to check in on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard throughout the evening. All right, we are just about ready to get you set for Game 3 of the American League Divisional Series. So let's send you back to the Bronx at Yankee Stadium in New York. Here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The umpires are on home plate right now. The Yankees are approaching the top step of the dugout, and the fans are in a raucous applause as we get set for Game 3 of the American League Division Series. If you weren't with us for either of the first two, the Blue Jays have absolutely bombed the Yankees pitching. 10-1 was the score in Game 1, 13-7 in Game 2, in a game that at one point was 12-0, and they ride in to New York, 1 win away from moving on to the American League Championship Series. It's right in front of them to take right now, Chris.
Yeah, and they played really, really well over the first couple of games. It was really fun to watch, and it was really, really impressive. On the offensive side, they swung the bats well. They pitched really well. But this is a different environment. This is a different ball game. I feel like talking to the Yankees today, they're ready to come out and play. They're not fazed by being down 2-0. They know that if they win this ball game, it's a brand new series, especially with the Blue Jays potentially having a bullpen day tomorrow, and then you have the off day, and then it's a 2-2 series. So I think that the Blue Jays really need to come out focused, ready to win this ball game and end this series.
Umpires are waiting on the New York Yankees right now, and Carlos Rodon is walking up the dugout steps. The left-handed starter goes across the dugout from toward home plate to near first base, slowly making his way through as he keeps the stadium on edge here in New York. And Aaron Judge, the captain, leads the Yankees out onto the field. 10 pillars of smoke rise up from Monument Park behind the center field fence, and the Yankees in pinstripes warming up before Game 3 of the American League Division Series. New York in their classic uniforms. The Blue Jays bring their Road Royal blue jerseys to Yankee Stadium. They will wear gray pants in this game. Let's take you back through the starting lineups quickly in case you were not with us earlier. The Blue Jays leadoff DH George Springer. Davis Schneider, the left fielder, hits second. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first base bats third. It'll be Alejandro Kirk behind the plate hitting fourth. Dalton Varsho manning center and hitting fifth. Ernie Clement, the third baseman, bats sixth. Anthony Santander in right field hitting seventh. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at second, hitting eighth. Andres Jimenez batting ninth at short. The only real switch from last game is Santander in, Miles Straw out, and slight defensive shifting in the outfield. Blue Jays will start Shane Bieber tonight. On the Yankees side, Trent Grisham leads off, plays center. Aaron Judge in right, hitting second. Batting third, Cody Bellinger, the left fielder. Ben Rice is the cleanup hitter and first baseman. Giancarlo Stanton, the DH, right behind him. Batting sixth, the second baseman, Jazz Chisholm Jr. Ryan McMahon at third base hits seventh. Anthony Volpe at shortstop hits eighth, and Austin Wells, the catcher, bats ninth. Carlos Rodon will get the start. There was a lot of rumblings that the Yankees might switch something up. They did score 7 in the last game, but over the course of the playoffs in general, they've had trouble generating offense. But instead, they've gone right back to the lineup that they had in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, they do have a potent lineup. It's a lineup that can come through and change a game with one swing. With that being said, I spoke to a couple of those guys down there today, and they said they're ready and willing to do anything it takes to win a ball game. And I'm talking about the Yankees side. They're willing to play a little bit of small ball, which is interesting because this isn't a team that generally plays small ball. They rely mostly on the home run. We'll see how they play tonight.
Who's raining down for George Springer as he steps up? Carlos Rodon is kicking away dirt at the back of the hill. Rodon in the regular season 18-9 with a 3.09 ERA in 33 starts. He started game 2 of the American League wildcard, went 6+ innings and 3 earned runs. His wind and pitch, swing and a miss. He gets ahead of Springer right there with a fastball on the outside corner. 0-1. Time of the first pitch, 8:09 Eastern. Under the lights at Yankee Stadium, it's 22 degrees. The pitch. In the dirt, blocked by Wells. 1 ball, 1 strike. Roll call beginning from right field for the bleacher creatures as they chant to Aaron Judge, and now I believe Trent Grisham. Rodon settling in on the rubber, facing first. His wind and pitch. Inside, almost clipped Springer with that fastball at 94. 2-1. We're in the first inning. It's brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. 2-1. Springer hits it high and deep to left field. Hooking toward the foul pole. That ball is foul. Off to the left field pole, but Springer gave a bottom middle fastball a pretty good ride. It's 2-2 and Yankee Stadium gets loud, hunting a strikeout.
Yeah, George Springer just missed that fastball. I think it got in on him just a little bit, missed it maybe by about 20 feet in foul territory.
He's got a homer in the playoffs. He's 2 for 8. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Rodon got the whiff over a slider. That's his best pitch, and there's 1 out.
And that's something he loves to do. He loves to throw that backdoor slider to right-handed hitters. Threw a perfect one right there. George Springer was way out in front of it.
For the left-hander, Carlos Rodon, 4-seamer slider, change, sinker, occasional curve and cutter. He does mix it more than he used to, and his pitch to Davis Schneider is a fastball at 92 inside ball 1. It's 1 batter into the game, but in general, the velocity a little bit down right now for Rodon as he warms up. 1 out, base is empty, and is 1-0. Called strike. Right back to that backdoor slider. That one landed middle, and Rodon caught a break that Schneider didn't swing.
He will throw it to right-handers back foot, but loves to throw it backdoor.
Longtime White Sox, briefly a Giant. His 3rd year as a Yankee. The 1-1, fouled right back. Schneider reached for a fastball just outside and hit it back into the screen. It's 1-2.
Sitting about 92, 93 with that fastball. Averages about 94. Like you said, might be slightly down. Every once in a while, he'll pop a 96, though.
And it's still early. Only 8 pitches in. He has a strikeout. There's 1 out, base is empty. He's having to cup his ear for the noise as the Yankee fans cheer him on. And the 1-2. High. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Home plate ump tonight is Jordan Baker. Tony Randazzo at first, crew chief Dan Bellino at second, and Roberto Ortiz at third. Chris Siegel in left, and Adam Hammery down the line in right. Rodon against Schneider. Left on right. Here's the 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Backdoor slider appeared to clip the outside edge. He did hang it a little bit there, didn't exactly hit the spot, and Schneider gets the benefit. 3-2.
I think everybody in the building thought that was strike 3. Maybe not Davis Schneider, but everybody else in this building.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on deck and 1 out. The 3-2 pitch to Davis Schneider. Ball 4 missed way high. Finally got up to 94 with the fastball, but it slipped out of his hand, and that's a 1-out walk.
What an at-bat for Davis Schneider. Fouled off some tough pitches, took a tough slider off the plate outside, as you can hear the boos rain down for Vladimir Guerrero Jr., but that's something that he's doing a little bit better of recently, having really long at-bats.
Schneider on first, 1 out, and here is Guerrero, who has crushed the Yankees this series. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. 94 again, but another arm side miss. Vladdy rocking his arms back and forth. He's feeling good right now. 6 for 9, 2 homers and 6 RBIs in 2 games. In the top of the first, here's the 1-0 pitch from the stretch. Inside, big misses early with the fastball. It's 2-0.
Vladdy relishes these moments. He looks really confident and comfortable standing in that batter's box.
A lot going for him. He hits the Yankees well. He hits him even better at Yankee Stadium, and he's got good numbers against Carlos Rodon specifically. 2-0. Swing and a high fly ball. Left center field and deep. Grisham in a jog. He'll watch it fly. 2-run homer for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. His third home run in as many games, a 427-foot missile. It's 2-0 Blue Jays in the Bronx.
Well, Vlad got himself in a hitter's count. He knew that Carlos Rodon had to throw him something in the heart of the plate. He threw him an elevated fastball, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. did not miss it. What a swing from him.
What a start again for the Blue Jays. Rodon to Alejandro Kirk, and the pitch is low ball 1. So Vlad now 7 for 10, 3 homers, and 8 RBIs in 2 games plus 1 inning. 1 out, base is empty in the 1-0. Kirk hits it foul, high in the air right side, and into the second deck of seats. It's 1-1.
Well, I said it when he was standing in that batter's box before that home run, before that perfect swing. He just has a look to him right now that he knows he can do that at any moment.
1-1. Inside, as called by Jordan Baker. It's 2-1. He didn't even let me get to the Rodon numbers, but now...
well, they're worse now.
Yeah, now he's 11 for 18, 3 doubles and 2 homers off Rodon. Left-handers 2-1. Kirk fouls it back. Another guy having a really nice series. Alejandro Kirk 3 for 9 with a pair of homers.
Yeah, and he just missed that fastball. That was a 1-2 fastball right down the middle, and Kirk just couldn't square it up, fouled it back. But you don't want to throw that pitch again if you're Carlos Rodon.
In a really good year for Rodon, the long ball has been the one snag. His 2-2. Kirk grounds it foul, third base side. Past Carlos Fabulous, Blue Jays third base coach, still 2-2. Rodon had a really good season. There's, even the homers, you discount that really when he went 18-9 with a 3.09 ERA. But he gave up 22 homers and 31 last year. 2-2. In the dirt, ball 3. And they have Rodon on 20 pitches here with 1 out in the top of the first. I'd be shocked if they didn't do this all year, and they're doing it again right now in game 3.
Yeah, and again, Alejandro Kirk struggled for the majority of September, but he looks locked in right now. That's a great sign for this Blue Jays team.
Rodon's already walked 1 this inning. His 3-2. Chopper bounced to third base, charging McMahon. Gloves with time to throw and lobs it over to Ben Rice. There are 2 outs. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth at Yankee Stadium. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host and producer. Stephen Coyle, Tom Young, and Steve Pepe are our technical directors. Blue Jays lead it 2-0 in the top of the first. 2 outs, faces empty, and Dalton Varsho is up to the plate. Left on left, the pitch. Called strike, just nabbed the corner with a slider, did Rodon.
It's a tough matchup for Dalton Varsho, but before the ball game, John Schneider said he has a lot of confidence in him, even in a left-on-left matchup.
0-1. Off the end of the bat, a bouncer, third base side foul. 0-2. And perhaps some of that comes from the fact he starts him against Max Fried 2 days ago. He hits 2 doubles off Fried and then follows against the bullpen with 2 home runs for the 5th ever multi-homer game in a postseason in Blue Jays history. A day after Kirk had the 4th ever.
He has to be in the lineup.
Can't take him out. Not to mention the defense. So too. In the dirt, ball 1. I mean, he's quietly maybe been the best hitter of the Blue Jays series so far. Now, a lot of it came in 1 game. He's 6 for 8 with 3 doubles and 2 home runs. It's more likely that he has an extra base hit so far than that he gets out. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Rodon punches him out, but not before Vladimir Guerrero Jr. launches another. His third homer in as many games, and the Blue Jays are on top again. Game 3 of the ALDS, they lead it 2-0, middle of the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Bingo! Great games, good friends, and giving back. That's what charitable gaming's all about. At a charitable bingo and gaming center, your gameplay has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities supporting causes such as counseling services, youth sports programs, and healthcare. So come and enjoy a wide variety of games. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly.
Charitable Gaming. Community good.
Hola, soy Andrés Jiménez.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
En la cadena de Radio Sportnet.
Blue Jays at Yankee Stadium, bottom of the first inning in the Bronx, and they're leading 2-0 already. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a 2-run homer in the top of the first sets up Shane Bieber nicely as the 30-year-old Californian right-hander makes his first postseason start as a Blue Jay and the third of his career. On the season, Bieber 4-2 with an ERA just over 3.5 in 7 starts. He returns to a place in the Bronx where he has started and helped to win a game in the playoffs previously. Last time he pitched in the playoffs, 2022, here against the Yankees.
Shane Bieber's fastball velocity has been down about 1.5 miles. But as we all know, he's coming back from Tommy John surgery. The interesting thing about Shane Bieber currently, though, he's still pitching. He's still locating all of his pitches, and that's allowed him to have some success.
Trent Grisham leading it off, and the first pitch to Grisham is low ball 1. Bieber works with a four-seamer, slider, knuckle curve, change, and cutter. The breaking balls have been particularly effective for Bieber. Batter sitting below 200 against both. Next pitch, just outside. Kirk trying to rip it back in, 2-0. So Trent Grisham leading it off for the Yankees. Thick mustache, left-handed hitter, center fielder who bashed 34 homers this year. 2-0 pitch on the ground to first. Vladdy picks it up, waves off Bieber, goes to the bag, and with that out, Grisham, who was so good in the regular season, goes to 3 for 21 in the playoffs.
That was a perfectly located four-seam fastball down and away. That's the best pitch in baseball. If you can locate a fastball down and away, it's almost impossible to barrel it up. Maybe this guy can barrel it up, but most other guys can't.
6'7" behemoth right fielder Aaron Judge is up at the plate. 1 out and the base is empty. 2-0 Blue Jays in the game and the series. Bieber staring in at him, brings the glove up, steps to the left, kicks and deals. First pitch right on the bottom of the zone. Strike 1 at 94.
Yeah, good velo too. That's a good sign.
11 days since his last start. Plenty of rest for Shane Bieber, who got off a mound a couple times in between just to stay fresh. His 0-1. And Judge hits it into left center, a single for Aaron Judge, as Dalton Varsho picks it up and flips it back in to second base.
I think that was just a mislocation, caught a little bit too much up the plate. The Blue Jays have been pounding Aaron Judge in, up and at the hands. It's really tough for him to extend those arms. Didn't get all of that pitch there, but got enough of it to muscle it into center field for a base hit.
Almost come out with like a tie when Judge hits a single. It was in enough that he didn't come up with a homer. He's, of course, happy to be on base, but they're looking for more power from him. Here's Cody Bellinger, 1 out, runner on first, and the pitch. Bellinger hits it high in the air, center field, but not super deep. Shaded toward right center. Varsho stops, makes the catch. Judge went about 40% of the way. He'll go back to first. And quickly, there are 2 outs in the inning.
And Shane Bieber's only thrown 6 pitches to get those 2 outs. Really impressive.
When Shane Bieber started in the Bronx in 2022, he had a really nice outing as a Cleveland Guardian. 5 2/3, 5 hits, 2 earned runs in a 4-2 win for Cleveland here in New York. 2 outs, bottom of the first. Ben Rice is up, left-handed hitting first baseman. The pitch on the ground right side, blocked off the stomach at second. IKF bobbles, and he's got no play. Could have survived the first gap, and actually it wasn't much of a gap. He had to range a long way to block it, but once he rushed to pick it up and couldn't grab it, Rice was safe at first. It will likely be an error on IKF, and it's first and second.
Yeah, I think when he initially went to pick it up off the ground, he looked up at first base before the ball was in his bare hand. He bobbled it, and as soon as you bobble it the second time, Ben Rice is safe at first base.
Former Yankee and IKF spent 2 seasons with New York in his second season as a Toronto Blue Jay. So it's 2-0 Blue Jays, but a big threat here in the bottom of the first. First and second, 2 outs, Giancarlo Stanton up. Bieber kicks and deals. First pitch heater right down the middle. Stanton takes it, strike 1.
Don't throw that heater there again, my goodness.
Stanton with 24 homers in 77 regular season games this year, over 450 career. Bieber staring at Judge. Now the pitch. Stanton swings and misses. Really nasty slider right there, 0-2.
Yeah, that was a good one. And now that you're ahead in the count 0-2, you really have to expand on Giancarlo Stanton.
Bieber set at the belt, trying to strand a pair. With 2 outs, the 0-2. Really did expand. Missed way outside with a slider. Stanton wouldn't bite. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Odd thing for Bieber this year, right-handed hitters like Stanton succeeding much more than lefties, counter to the rest of his career. 1-2. Chop foul. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Part of that could be, not all of it, but part of it could be, Bieber developed a changeup in 2024 right before he went on the injured list. He throws that change a lot more to lefties than righties, and it's a pitch that gets a lot of swing and miss.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Batting average against it is high, but that's a lot of righties hitting off of it. First and second, 2 down. The pitch. Line through the left side, base hit, bouncing toward the corner. Cut off by Schneider. Judge around third. He'll score. Throw goes back into Jimenez at short, and the Yankees are on the board on an RBI single from Giancarlo Stanton. 2-1. The Blue Jays lead in the bottom of the first.
Well, David Schneider did a great job getting over and cutting that baseball off, not allowing it to get to the wall out in left field, keeping Ben Rice at second base.
You had mentioned off the top of the game that likely these teams are going to have to play clean baseball to win. The Blue Jays commit an error in the first, and it directly ends up costing them a run as this inning should be over.
Yeah, and that wasn't a difficult play either. That's probably the most frustrating thing for IKF over there at second base. You have to make the plays you're supposed to make.
And now Yankee Stadium is back into it. First and second, 2 outs. Jazz Chisholm Jr. up. The pitch. Low with a fastball, 1-0. Chisholm, a left-handed hitter, the second baseman, 3 for 16 in the playoffs. 1-0. Just outside by a hair. 2 balls and no strikes.
We'll see what Shane Bieber decides to throw here. 2-0. 2 runners on, first and second. This will be a good time for a pretty good changeup here. I don't know if he trusts it that much, though.
Rice on second, Stanton on first. The 2-0. In the dirt with a changeup. He threw it, but a little bit too low. It's ball 3.
Yeah, if you're going to throw that 2-0 changeup or even 3-1 changeup, it has to be in the strike zone. That one there really probably was a ball out of the hand, an easy take for Jazz Chisholm.
Blue Jays lead 2-1. Bottom of the first and 2 outs. The 3-0 pitch to Chisholm. Fastball in there. Bottom middle of the zone. Called strike. Chisholm has walked once in these playoffs to 4 strikeouts. On the year, punched out about 150 times. 3-1 pitch. Called strike again. He started to swing but couldn't fire the hands on a curve over the middle, and it's a full count.
Big time pitch right there. In a high pressure situation, he just flips that breaking ball in. That's why John Schneider trusts him out there here at Yankee Stadium.
Trying to finish off this bottom of the first. First and second, 2 outs. Runners will be off on the pitch, but before the pitch, Chisholm, a 30-30 man in the regular season, asks for time, and he's digging the toes in his left foot into the back line of the batter's box. Still twisting his hips as he puts 2 hands back on the handle of the bat and looks out towards Shane Bieber. The payoff pitch. Lifted to left, pretty shallow. Moving forward, Schneider, arms in the air to call it, backs up, makes the grab, and that will do it for the bottom of the first. Error cost the Blue Jays 1 unearned run for the Yankees on 2 hits and 2 left on base. It's still a Blue Jay lead, 2-1 Toronto after the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
Did you know 2 in 5 Canadians will face cancer in their lifetime? Early detection can make all the difference. Whole Body MRI offers advanced medical scans using state-of-the-art AI-powered MRI technology, capable of detecting early-stage cancers and over 500 other conditions. Take control of your health. Visit wholebodymri.ca to book now. Again, that's wholebodymri.ca. Get scanned.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's 11-9 in the bottom of the 8th.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays lead the Yankees 2-1 in Game 3 of the American League Division Series. Welcome back to Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We appreciate you tuning in to a game that could clinch a berth to the American League Championship Series. 1 inning in the books, and the Blue Jays are on track, but still a lot more baseball remaining here in New York. It's Carlos Rodon back on the hill for the Yankees. He punched out 2 Blue Jays in the first, which is significant considering they struck out only 7 times total over the first 2 games. But he also allowed a 2-run homer to Vlad. So the Blue Jays on the series, 9 homers and 9 strikeouts as an offense so far. That'll help you win a lot of games.
Yeah, and the good thing so far is they're putting together good at-bats. They're not straying from the approach that allowed them to have 2 wins in this series.
First pitch to Ernie Clement to start the second is a called strike right on the edge with a 92-mile-an-hour heater. 0-1. For Rodon, this is his 7th playoff start, 8th playoff game. Here's 0-1. Foul back. His career postseason ERA is 6.16, but the Yankees have won 3 of his last 4 playoff starts. Most of those coming in the World Series run, but also the AL wildcard game against the Red Sox. 0-2. Foul back. It was Rodon who pitched in Game 2 of the American League wildcard series after the Red Sox had won Game 1 and, kind of like tonight, pushed the Yankees to the brink where the backs were against the wall. 0-2. Poked by Clement on the ground to first, backing up Rice. It's a foot race. Ernie dives, and he's safe. He beat out Rice to the bag because Rodon didn't get off the hill. And it's an infield single for Ernie Clement.
What hustle down that first base line. The Yankees might take a look at this. I don't know if they will, but what hustle from Ernie Clement. I mean, that's the definition of how he plays the game.
And pardon me, Rodon did get off the line. I should clarify. He might have hesitated a second, but he just got beat by Clement. And Rice, who's more of a natural catcher, backed up on a ball that maybe if he charges, he's got a better chance at getting Ernie on. Ernie dove, Rice slid, and Ernie got in there with an infield hit. Here's Anthony Santander now, a switch hitter batting from the right side. Rodon looks at Clement. Kicks and offers. Check swing, pitch was low. Appeal down to first. No swing, says Tony Randazzo. Ball one.
I think the issue with Carlos Rodon getting to first base late is he falls towards the third base side. So that I guess essentially makes it longer for him to get to first base. And then Ernie Clement was hustling, beat him there.
1-0. Santander pops it up behind home plate. Wells going back over the Yankees spray-painted logo, watches it go out of play. It's a foul ball, and it'll be 1-1. Second appearance in the series for Anthony Santander. Started game one, went 1 for 3. Did not play in the 13-7 win in game 2. John Schneider wanted him back in there, and he said it wasn't really about Miles Straw, but they have a lot of contact in this lineup. Felt like this was a bit of a change of pace to add some power into it. Diversity of hitter profile is what he called it. 1-1. Called strike. Slider right there over the middle. And that's a mistake Rodon gets away with. 1-2.
Yeah, tried to backdoor that pitch. Land it on the outside part, but it came right back over the middle. Sure, Santander wants that pitch back.
Runner on first, the 1-2. Poked away, foul. Santander uses his long bat to reach outside and hit one off the cup to stay alive.
33 pitches now for Carlos Rodon. We're in the top of the second inning with nobody out.
He's given up 2 hits and a walk so far and 2 runs. It's 2-1 Blue Jays. He kicks and offers. And it's low. Little Soto shuffle from Santander, who works the count to 2-2. Clement on first, 2-2. Santander lifts it high in the air, shallow left center. Volpe on the outfield grass, backpedaling, makes the catch over his head. Had to speed up last second, 1 out.
Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. On now for a limited time, all-you-can-eat classic Angus burgers for just $14.99. You heard that right. Visit stlouiswings.com for full details. You are welcome.
Well, it would have been a more boring St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, and then the Tigers got delayed with the Mariners. So now they're going pretty much at the same time as this game, a little bit further on. First pitch to IKF, high and outside, ball 1. Here it's 2-1 Blue Jays. Clement on first, 1 out, top of the second. In Detroit, it's 4-0 Mariners. That series is knotted up at a game apiece, but the Mariners have the clear advantage on the road in game 3. Rodon's 1-0. Swing and a foul tip. 1-1. Runs in that game for Seattle. Came on a J.P. Crawford RBI single, a Randy Arozarena RBI single, a Eugenio Suarez's first home run of the postseason, and a Cal Raleigh RBI single. 1-1. High, IKF laid off it immediately, 2-1.
That's a good lineup, Ben.
It is a good lineup, and they got Logan Gilbert on the hill. He's thrown 4 scoreless. But the Tigers seem to find a way to hang around, so I imagine that game will get closer as the night goes on. Clement on first, 1 out, the 2-1. IKF pops it up, back behind home plate. Wells took off his mask, but holds on to it because that one's about 5 rows deep into the seats. Kiner Falefa looks down at third base for signs from Carlos Fablis. Meanwhile, you flip over to first base. Mark Budzinski was right in the ear of Ernie Clement. Fairly straight up infield alignment. Clement leading off first, and IKF at the plate. A look to first from Rodon. A step and throw over there, and Clement was all over that. Just skipped back into the bag.
Clement did have 6 stolen bases this year, so there is a small chance that he might take off here, although it's harder with the lefty on the mound.
The 2-2. Sprayed foul, second deck right side on a play. It's IKF's 9th playoff game, 6 of them as a Yankee, 3 of them as a Blue Jay against the Yankees. He played in the postseason with New York in 2022 and went 5 for 18 with a double. He's worked a fairly long at-bat here, seen 5 pitches so far. 2-2 again. And he pops it up. Nearly the same spot as Santander, a little shallower. Volpe still backpedaling, makes the catch again on the shallow left center field grass, and 2 outs.
That was a good fastball from Carlos Rodon. Seems like the velocity is ticking up just a little bit, 94, 95 so far in this inning, just tied up IKF.
On quality of contact, Rodon should probably already be out of this inning, but Ernie Clement beat out a grounder to first for an infield hit. He's still on first with 2 outs. Pitch to Andres Jimenez. Swing and a miss. Good slider. It's 0-1.
Yeah, another tough matchup. Left on left. That front shoulder went flying on that slider right there. Have to stay in, hit that ball the other way.
Jimenez 3 for 8 in the postseason so far. 2 RBIs. The 0-1. Inside, that hit him. Caught him on the hand. You could hear it. And a point down to first by Jordan Baker. Sinker just kept running in. Aaron Boone putting a hand up in case they want to challenge. I mean, it did get him close to the handle, but seemed to hit the hand. Yankees want to challenge here. Reminder, you get 2 challenges in the playoffs, but they seem to think that Andres Jimenez did not get hit by this pitch.
Well, this is a big opportunity for the Blue Jays with George Springer coming to the plate.
The batter was hit by the pitch. New York has challenged, and the previous play is under review.
We just got to look. I'm pretty sure it hit him on the handguard. And also, here's the interesting thing about reviewing this. I heard 2 sounds, so it hit something.
It did hit something, but seems like the crowd thinks it hit the knob of the bat.
Yeah, well. The crowd will argue balls and strikes from the 500 level in the right field corner, but the call on the field is hit by pitch. It would make it first and second, 2 outs. Should they overturn this, I mean, they could, I guess, call a foul ball. They could call a ball, but you can see the handguard flap. I feel quite confident.
Yeah, we're just not getting great angles. Like you said, the call on the field is hit by pitch, so there has to be definitive evidence, very clear evidence to the contrary, and I just haven't seen one yet.
Carlos Rodon's going to start throwing warm-up pitches as Dan Bellino and Jordan Baker, the crew chief and home plate umpire respectively, camp out about 10 feet away from home plate. It's 2-1 Blue Jays, 2 outs, and for now, first and second.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. The batter was hit by the pitch. New York will have 1 challenge remaining.
So the Yankees lose their first of 2 challenges, and it's not a bad spot to use it because, like you said, big change. Instead of the 9-hitter with 2 outs and a runner on first, George Springer comes up to the plate. It's first and second now, still 2 outs, but Springer with a base hit to the outfield could drive in a run. 2-1 Blue Jays, 2 outs, Clement on second, Jimenez on first. Springer struck out in his first at-bat of the day. Rodon's pitch, down and in, ball 1. This is the first opportunity with runners in scoring position for the Blue Jays in this game. They are 9 for 19 so far in the series, near 500. One-0 pitch. Springer pops it up. Playable for Ben Rice. In fair territory on the edge of the dirt, he makes the grab, and that will do it for the top of the second. The Blue Jays with a hit and a hit batter, but they do not score. They leave a pair on. And we go to the middle of the second. 2-1 Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL. 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
Wake me up when we make the playoffs.
Wake up, Canada. We made it.
At Endy, we know greatness starts with a great rest. That's the beauty of sleep. It fuels focus and sharpens performance. It's how Endy helps all Canadians rise to shine. Discover why Endy is Canada's best mattress. Shop Canadian made at endy.com.
Hi, this is Jeff Hoffman. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball's biggest 50-50 just keeps getting bigger. Jays Cares ALDS jackpot is climbing through the rest of the series. Go to bluejays.com/5050 to get your tickets from anywhere in Ontario or Nova Scotia. Bottom of the second in the Bronx and the Blue Jays leading the Yankees 2-1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks so much for tuning into this pivotal game where if the Blue Jays win, they will eliminate the Yankees and move on to the American League Championship Series. Shane Bieber about to start his second inning of work. Kind of a mixed bag first because he gives up an unearned run on 2 hits. And, you know, he made mistake pitches for the hits at the same time. He's a ground ball being fielded at second away from a scoreless 7-pitch first.
Yeah, we talked about this before the ball game. You have to play clean defense to win this ball game, whether you're in that Yankees dugout, that Blue Jays dugout. IKF booted that ball, and that was a routine play. Should have been out of that inning.
Bieber gets the bottom third of the Yankee order this inning. The pitch to Ryan McMahon is struck well. Center field, moving back. Varsho curls in left center, right in front of the track, and makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out for Bieber.
That was a good pitch for Shane Bieber. He's facing the leadoff batter. He wants to pound the strike zone. He knows that Ryan McMahon doesn't have a ton of power. He throws a fastball down and away. Ryan McMahon goes the other way, but it's deep out there in left center. And he misses a home run maybe about 15 feet in front of that wall.
Maybe in his former home in Colorado, that ball sails, but not here at Yankee Stadium. You want to go the other way if possible to right. Anthony Volpe up, and the first pitch is outside. A slider that missed. Ball 1.
To put things in perspective, Vlad hit that ball. Vlad hit his home run 427 feet, and it kind of just got over the wall.
Yeah, 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. It's listed 399 to kind of dead left center field. And so if you hit it anywhere in between left center and center, you got to really give it a ride. 1-1 pitch. Shot foul, right side into the seats. It's 1-2. Volpe, the Yankees shortstop, up with 1 out and the bases empty. 5 for 19 in the postseason, a double, a homer, 2 RBIs, also 10 strikeouts. 1-2. Make it 11. Swing and a miss, and he loses his bat into the Blue Jay dugout. There are 2 down, and Volpe, batless, walks back to his dugout.
I mean, Shane Bieber seems like he's found something. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's facing the bottom third of the Yankees order. Pound that strike zone, make good pitches, force these guys to put the ball in play. And, I mean, that release point is perfect right now.
2-1 Blue Jays, 2 outs, bottom of the second. The pitch to Austin Wells, fouled back. 0-1. No, I mentioned earlier the Blue Jays 9 home runs to 9 strikeouts in the series. With that Volpe punch out, Yankees hitters have homered once. The Cody Bellinger homer to start their scoring in Game 2, and they've now punched out 22 times. 0-1 pitch. Fouled back, and Bieber could go after a second strikeout of the inning and of his start. He's ahead, 0-2.
Wouldn't be surprised if he bounces a curveball here.
Mustache-wearing Wells hits left, looks out to Bieber. The wind and the 2-strike pitch. Fouled back. Good pitch. A changeup down and a really nice swing by Wells to fight it off.
Yeah, I love that pitch. It seems like Shane Bieber has a very good feel for that pitch. It is a hard changeup. So you have to locate it, and it seems like he's locating it very, very well so far in this ballgame.
It's the kick change, more of a movement than a change of pace pitch. 0-2. Outside, couldn't get him to chase another changeup. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kick change was kind of a phenomenon last year. Bieber picked it up, but then got Tommy John, so he's bringing it into 2025. 1-2. In the dirt. Check swing by Wells, but he didn't go around on a curve. Austin Wells putting together a really competitive at-bat.
Yeah, and that was a tough pitch, too. It was a strike out of the hand, the bottom of the strike zone. Just a great take.
2-2 count, 2 outs. Infield shifted toward first. And the pitch. He got him. Swing and a miss on a curve in the dirt. Bounced it near his back foot. And it's back-to-back punch-outs for Bieber to end a 1-2-3 bottom of the second. We head to the third. In the Bronx, the Blue Jays lead 2-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Bingo! Celebrate a win for your community at a charitable bingo and gaming center. Each game you play has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities facing challenges such as food insecurity, educational needs, and rehabilitation. So come choose from a wide variety of entertainment options. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly.
Charitable Gaming. Community good.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
A go-ahead RBI double in the 6th. It's 5-4 Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays 2, Yankees 1 as we continue on in the Bronx. The moon has emerged from the clouds over right field, and it is shining bright down on the mecca of Major League Baseball, the home of the New York Yankees, the defending American League champions, but they have been pushed to the brink. Blue Jays up 2-0 in the series, and they're leading early on in Game 3. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Batting for the Blue Jays this inning, Davis Schneider, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Alejandro Kirk.
Blue Jays did damage with these guys last time. Let's see what they can put together here. Davis Schneider had a pretty good at-bat last time he was up.
Took some borderline pitches, did Schneider, to earn a walk, a 6-pitch walk in the first, and then Vladdy absolutely destroyed a 2-0 to left center field for a 2-run homer that stands as the difference in this game. Schneider leading off, left-on-right matchup. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. He was going for it all on that elevated heater. Schneider down to a knee on the whiff.
That might be the biggest swing of the season from Davis Schneider, and that's saying something.
Right, he takes big hacks. He saw a fastball up and out over the plate, though. That's kind of right where he wants it. And tried to set one into the left field seats. Now the 0-1. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. More velocity fluctuation from Rodon. That was just a fastball at 91. He's thrown a lot of pitches early in this game. 45 through 2 innings. 1-1. Foul back.
Davis kind of showing some frustration after that swing. I'm not sure if he's frustrated he didn't barrel that up or frustrated that he actually offered at that pitch. Needless to say, I mean, it was a good swing, but it was also a great pitch from Rodon right on the black on the outside part.
Schneider and BP today, everything he was trying to push to right center. The 1-2. And he lines one to left, and it's down fair, a base hit. Bouncing into foul territory into the corner. Schneider around first, and he will stop up at second with a leadoff double. First playoff extra base hit in Davis Schneider's career. And the last thing the Yankees needed was a runner in scoring position with Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
And he got his pitch. He's done such a good job recently of hitting mistakes. That was a mistake changeup from Carlos Rodon, hung up over the middle of the plate, and Davis Schneider absolutely smoked it down the left field line.
Fans applauding because they've intentionally walked Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I believe applauding Aaron Boone's decision as Vladdy will go down to first. I mean, I would do it too. Yeah, he's 7 for 10.
That's a good move. Just like you would walk Aaron Judge in this situation. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is at that level now with what he's done in this series so far.
And with that, they do set up a potential double play. Alejandro Kirk is up, who grounded out in the first inning. Schneider on second, Vladdy on first. A look to second by Rodon. One more peek. A third look, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Kirk tried to hold up, but couldn't on the slider. 0-1. Guerrero has been intentionally walked a fair bit this year, at least compared to the rest of his career. 8 times during the regular season, was second most to last year, where he had very little around him, frankly, so he was walked all the time. Rodon with an 0-1. And Kirk will take it a little bit high. A strike to most, so Wells pumped the glove out, but Kirk not very tall, doesn't have a big zone. It's 1-1.
I think if Austin Wells received that baseball a little bit better, it might have been called a strike. It was a little sloppy reception.
The 1-1. Kirk lines it out toward right field. Judge on the run, makes the catch angling toward the foul line, and tosses it back into Chisholm. Schneider returns to second. Guerrero to first. Don't hate the contact there from Kirk. Stings it at 94 the other way, but Aaron Judge made a nice play.
Yeah, not a bad swing. He's gone the other way pretty much for the majority of this season. So good at hitting that outside fastball, that hanging changeup the other way. Unfortunately, was right at Aaron Judge.
And that's a sinker on the corner. You want him to at least get that in the air, no double play ball, and he did deliver on that. So it's first and second, 1 out, top of the third. Blue Jays lead it 2-1, and Dalton Varsho's up. The pitch. Fouled away, 0-1. McMahon will play in at third because Varsho has a penchant for bunting, but I'm always confused when I see teams do this because he never bunts to that side of the infield. He always drags it to the right side, where Rice is super deep at first and Chisholm is deep and up the middle at second. 0-1 pitch. Ball. High. Called high, at least. It's a thin top of the zone. That looked like a strike. 1-1.
Good velo, too. 95 miles an hour.
For Rodon, who's already used 54 pitches to get 7 outs. Those missed calls hurt extra. Here's 1-1. Varsho hits it off the fist, so Looper, shallow left center, coming forward, Bellinger, and he dropped it on the slide. Schneider was aggressive, got to third. He's going to come to the plate as the throw goes into second, and he'll score. The Yankees lost track of Davis Schneider, and the Blue Jays lead 3-1. A little gambling and a little aggression gets the Blue Jays the lead. Or an extended lead, that is.
I don't know if it was Carlos Fablis or Davis Schneider that made that call down there, but that was perfectly executed. Cody Bellinger threw that ball into second base, didn't really have a ton on that throw, and as soon as they recognized that down at third base, Trent Grisham threw that ball into second base, Davis Schneider took off and scored relatively easily. the third run of the game for the Toronto Blue Jays. What a play. What a smart baseball play down there at third base.
So I will say, to get to third, he took a big risk. If that ball was probably should have been caught, it was dropped on a slide by Bellinger, or else Schneider's doubled up to end the inning. But once he was there, fantastic base running. Here's Ernie Clement swinging at the first pitch and fouling it back 0-1. And after just a bit of a mental mistake, I think. Not enough command. No one's yelling out that Schneider's going on the Yankee infield. The Blue Jays lead it 3-1 and have first and second with one out. Clement faces an 0-1. And he pops it up foul back behind the plate out of play, 0-2.
Did you see if it was Carlos Fablis, the third base coach, or Davis Schneider that made the decision?
There was no big wave from Carlos. He initially was pointing Schneider to third, but then he almost got closer to the line. I couldn't tell if he was telling Davis to go.
Could have been verbal.
If he didn't want to make it a big thing, or if Schneider just looked back, saw it, and took off. But he's got average, maybe slightly above average speed, and he used it. Now Rodon will step off.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr., by the way, was nearly thrown out at second base. He was safe by maybe about a step.
I mean, I thought that ball was going to get caught. I don't blame him for thinking. It didn't hit off the tip of Bellinger's glove. It hit off the middle. The 0-2. And Clement hits it high. Left field, hooking toward the corner. Bellinger settling up and has to watch it go out of play foul. That one was nearly deep enough to the pole, but about 10 feet wide of it. And Ernie Clement, who told me today he hit his second favorite homer now ever at Yankee Stadium last year because his favorite came in Game 2, nearly hit another one at Yankee Stadium.
I mean, he was all over that pitch from Carlos Rodon. Obviously seeing the baseball really well right now.
That was thigh-high 95 down the middle. Another 0-2. And Clement hits it through the left side on the ground, a base hit. Vladdy getting the wave. Here comes the throw from Bellinger. It bounces in late. He's safe. Up to third goes Varsho. Into second, Clement. 4-1 Blue Jays with two more in scoring position.
That was a really aggressive send from Carlos Fablis. Cody Bellinger doesn't have a bad arm out there. He actually made a very good throw, really accurate to Austin Wells at home plate. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hustling around third, dove in to home plate by about a half a step. What an aggressive play and what a smart play. The Blue Jays are running the bases really, really well right now.
Matt Blake is going to walk out to the hill right now and talk to the starter, Carlos Rodon. The Blue Jays have 3 hits plus an intentional walk in this inning, and aided by a Yankees mental error, are now leading 4-1. Second and third one out, and we can see action in the Yankee bullpen in right center. This is their season, so I don't think they're going to sit around and watch this much longer if the Blue Jays keep getting to Rodon.
And they have the 5th run standing at third base. You can guarantee that they'll do everything in their power to keep that run from scoring.
Not having the season he had last year, injury playing a factor too, but there is some risk in even dealing here to Santander, who can make a big change in this game with one swing. Fernando Cruz working in the pen, but Rodon on the hill. 4-1 Blue Jays, 1 out top of the 4th. Second and third with the infield in on the cut of the grass. Rodon sets. And his pitch to Anthony Santander. Called strike. Amid his 44-homer campaign last year, Santander hit 3 of them at this ballpark. 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And the Yankees infield is in. So if you're Anthony Santander, you're just trying to lift something to the outfield and score that run. That is a huge run standing at third base.
You got Varsho on third. He's got good speed.
Yep.
Rodon kicks and deals. Called strike, top of the zone. Mistake changeup, upper middle, but Santander flinched at it. You just don't see those pitches up there all that often.
No, and if you're trying to lift something to the outfield, that's the pitch to do it on. An elevated changeup. I'm assuming that he wants that pitch back.
You could lift that pitch to Manhattan if you're Anthony Santander. 1-2 count now. Switch hitter bats right. The pitch. Grounded foul. Elevated four-seamer. Interesting, they've been up in the zone. Maybe not always intentionally, but Again, that's where Santander wants it if he's going to lift it. Santander 0 for 1. Popped out to short. Back in the second. The pitch. And he slices one down the right field line, and it's continuing to fade into the seats. Foul out of play. 1-2.
He's battling up there. Got to give him credit.
The results have not been there yet, but there's been a bit of a disconnect on how it looks and what the results are. It's looked maybe as good as it's ever looked in terms of at-bat quality in a Blue Jay uniform. Infield creeps in further. The 1-2. Way high. Wells had to reach up to save that one from getting to the backstop. 2-2.
Yeah, best case for the Yankees, for Carlos Rodon right now is a strikeout, so you can guarantee that's what they're trying to do. They don't want Anthony Santander to make contact.
Rodon not long for this game. 65 pitches already. 2-2. And it's hit high in the air down the right field line. It's slicing near the pole, and it will go foul into the seats. Backdoor slider, and Santander nearly turned it around for an extra base hit. Instead, still 2-2.
Just spoiled that pitch. You can tell he was just trying to go the other way, maybe even trying to foul it off.
Clement on second, Varsho on third. The pitch. And it's lined into right field, a base hit. Varsho in to score. Clement gets the wave. Judge's throw goes into second. A 2-run single for Santander. 6-1 Blue Jays in the top of the third.
I mean, it's getting ridiculous with how good these at-bats are. We talked about Anthony Santander and how the results haven't necessarily been there, but the at-bats have been there. Finally, the results are there. Going the other way, barreling that ball up. 2 huge RBIs and 2 big runs. 6-1 Blue Jays.
For the third time in 3 games, a Yankees starting pitcher cannot even make it to getting it out in the 4th inning. Rodon is out of the game in a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Blue Jays leading 6-1. Runner on first, 1 out, top of the third. As Fernando Cruz comes in, we give it back to our host today, Show Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll, of course, look at the Major League Baseball scoreboard. Some finals from yesterday's action that saw both sides of the NLDS bracket on the go. First, the Dodgers taking a 2-0 series lead with a 4-3 win over the Phillies. Both wins coming in Philadelphia, actually, as the series now heads back to Los Angeles. Phillies with runners on first and third, down a run at the end of the game, but a ground ball that was flipped to a stretching Freddie Freeman at first sealed the win for the Dodgers. Game 3 will be tomorrow night, 9:08 p.m. Eastern, 6:08 p.m. Pacific on Sportsnet. It'll be Aaron Nola for Philly. They look to avoid being swept. Yoshinobu Yamamoto will go for the Dodgers as they look to punch their ticket to the NLCS. On the other side of the bracket, Brewers beat the Cubs 7-3 in Milwaukee to take a 2-0 series lead as well. Andrew Vaughn and Jackson Churio each hitting a 3-run bomb in the win. Game 3 will go tomorrow afternoon, a little earlier than the Dodgers game. 5:08 p.m. Eastern, 2:08 p.m. Pacific is the time of first pitch. Jameson Taillon will start for the Cubs at Wrigley Field. Brewers will send Quinn Priester to the mound as they look to advance as well. And, of course, we do have Tigers-Mariners Game 3 going on right now. As Ben mentioned, that game started in a hefty rain delay. Top of the 7th inning right now, the Mariners lead the Tigers 5-1 in Detroit at Comerica Park. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to New York. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue at Yankee Stadium.
Thank you very much, Joe. Another incredible start for the Blue Jays. There's only 1 out in the top of the third, and the Blue Jays are leading the New York Yankees 6-1 in the Bronx. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. Carlos Rodon out after 2 1/3, the shortest start to date for a Yankee in this series. And now a new pitcher and a new hitter. Fernando Cruz, the reliever, on for New York. And the Blue Jays have swapped out Isaiah Kiner-Falefa for the left-handed hitting Addison Barger early on in this game.
And they're doing it really the exact same way they've done it over the last couple of games. Homers, good at-bats, coming up with timely hitting.
First pitch to Barger, called a strike for the heavy splitter thrower in Fernando Cruz. But yeah, they had the homer early, but this inning's been 4 base hits, 3 of them singles. Runner on first in the 0-1 to Barger. Taken down and away. A splitter makes it 1-1. Going to see that splitter from Cruz about 60% of the time. By far his nastiest pitch. Right-handers 1-1. Down and in. 2 balls and a strike. Not a terrible matchup for Barger. Cruz is nasty, but Barger talked to me for a while recently about how he likes hitting changeups. Now, it's not the exact same pitch, but his swing path, he said, really works with those sinking off-speed pitches. 2-1. And he takes a huge rip at a fastball and fouls it back. 2-2.
Cruz does have a very good split finger, but sometimes he'll leave it hanging over the middle of the plate. We've seen Addison Barger crush those pitches over the course of his 2-year big league career. It's actually a good matchup for him.
20 homers for Barger this season. Cruz shakes off his sign. Right-hander from Puerto Rico leaning in, now sets at the chest. And the 2-2. Way high and outside. There's a floating splitter, but at least for Cruz, it was nowhere near the zone. So no damage done. 3-2. Lefty and Rodon is out, so lefty bats starting to come in for the Blue Jays like Barger. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a foul tip, strike 3. Beat him with 95 on the outside edge. Good fastball, and there are 2 outs.
That's good stuff. Hard to barrel up a good hard 4-seam fastball at 95 at the top of the zone when you're thinking good split finger at the bottom of the strike zone. That's why Fernando Cruz is so good. He's able to locate that hard fastball at the top and then mix in that good hard split at the bottom.
Blue Jays saw him and scored a run off him in game 1 in 2/3 of an inning. Pitch to Andres Jimenez. A ball outside. 4-run frame for the Blue Jays. They lead it 6-1, top of the 3rd and 2 outs. Santander on first, and the 1-0 to Andres Jimenez. On the ground to second, picked up on 3 bounces by Chisholm, who inspects the ball and throws over to first to end the top of the 3rd. The Blue Jays get 4 on 4 hits, and they take a 6-1 advantage to the middle of the 3rd. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Get winter ready with CarQuest Auto Parts. Save on premium brand name products. Castrol Magnatech Synthetic Oil 5-liter jug $29.97. Prestone Premix Coolant 3.78-liter jug $14.97. CarQuest Washer Fluid 3.78-liter jug $3.97. And Trico Ice Winter Wiper Blades all sizes $14.97. Hit the road with CarQuest for your auto parts needs. Visit a CarQuest Auto Parts store or carquest.ca for full flyer details at participating locations.
In Canada, the leading cause of death is cancer. What if you could see it coming before symptoms appear? Whole Body MRI offers advanced medical scans using our state-of-the-art AI-powered MRI machines, which can detect early-stage cancers and 500 other conditions with 0 radiation. Take control of your health. Visit wholebodymri.ca to book now. Again, that's wholebodymri.ca. Get scanned.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays are the AL East champs.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 3rd inning is brought to you by Crown. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts. It's the bottom of the 3rd in the Bronx, and the Blue Jays are out to a great start. They lead 6-1 over the Yankees as the top of the order comes up for New York against Shane Bieber.
And Shane Bieber's looked really good so far. He gave up that one unearned run in the first inning, but other than that, he's located the fastball well. He's mixed in the curveball when he's had to, and that changeup's been pretty solid as well.
Big test this inning. It's Grisham, Judge, Bellinger. Grisham bouncing his bat off of the inside and then outside part of his lead right foot. Twists it around in a 360-degree motion and steps into the box. Bieber waiting for him. Glove at his belt. The wind and the pitch. Called strike. Blue Jays with defensive changes after Barger hit for IKF the top half of the inning. 0-1. Low. IKF was at second, so Ernie Clement will move from third over to second base to cover, and Barger goes in at third. Pending free agent Trent Grisham faces a 1-1 and grounds it back foul, 1-2.
Shane Bieber looks really confident standing out on that mound. The crowd is slightly out of it now that the Yankees are down 6-1 here in the bottom of the third inning. So the stress levels might be a little bit lower for Shane Bieber standing out there, but he looks really, really confident on that mound.
His third playoff start against the Yankees, his fourth playoff start career. 1-0 outside. You know what? He's had a good start here, but I didn't mention yet. He's also had a really tough start against the Yankees in the postseason, and I almost wonder if he's better for that as well. 2-2. Just low with a curve. That's a heck of a take from Trent Grisham. It checked his swing. Just got to look into the Blue Jay dugout. Pete Walker almost grimacing because he made his pitch but didn't get the result. 3-2.
Seems like Alejandro Kirk's faking everybody out with that frame job. He's so good at trying to steal strikes. One of the best, if not the best.
Kevin Gausman said it before the series. He's so much of a wizard. As we're going to have umpires meeting here, Trent Grisham has turned away. I thought he might have had something in his eye. And now the umpires are conferencing. Let's hear from Dan Molina.
The ruling on the field is the catcher did not interfere with the batter. The previous play is under review as the Yankees have challenged.
So the Yankees are challenging. They think catcher's interference happened here. Did sound a little weird going in there. I wouldn't be shocked. And Grisham, that's why he was stalling outside of the box so the Yankees could take a look at this. Just tapped it, but I think he did.
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious. You can see Kirk's glove move forward as the bat comes through. I think Trent Grisham's going to be standing at first base.
Shame of it all is he wasn't even swinging.
No, it was a take.
It was a check swing, but I think it was enough to get just the top of that glove. And we were talking about it, and it still stands that Alejandro Kirk is really good with the glove, but when you try and frame pitches, sometimes you are leading out a little bit more into the hitter's zone.
Yeah, that arm gets extended, and you're trying to bring that ball up, especially on a low pitch like that. So sometimes, every once in a while, even if you're as good as Alejandro Kirk, the glove will come in contact with the bat, and that's exactly what happened there. I'm not sure why it's taking so long. The replay that we saw was pretty obvious.
Call on the field is no catcher's interference, so at least that works in the favor of the Blue Jays. They do have to be 100% sure.
I thought that replay was 100% sure.
To me, it was like 99.9, but we'll hear now.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. It was not catcher's interference. The batter will remain at bat with a 3-2 count. New York has no more challenges remaining.
Aaron Boone with a stunned look on his face, and I guess it was more 99.9 than 100. Boone incensed on the top step of the Yankee dugout, but I imagine he will not come out as the Yankees cannot afford any jeopardy in terms of losing a manager in an elimination game.
I also imagine he saw the replay that we saw.
So the 3-2 pitch down to Grisham is hit back foul. So the Yankees have used and burned both their challenges. We're in the bottom of the third with no outs, and the Blue Jays lead it 6-1. And both were really tight. Here's another 3-2. And it is ripped on a line to right field and down for a base hit. One hopping into the fence. Santander into the corner to dig it out. Grisham digging for second. He'll slide in with a leadoff double. And all of a sudden, the review standing actually ends up helping the Yankees over hurting them as Trent Grisham turns it into his second extra base hit of the postseason.
What's the old saying? The baseball never lies? Something like that? I think Trent Grisham should have been at first base. Now he's at second base. If you're Shane Bieber, you're standing out there, you still have to make good pitches here to Aaron Judge.
Closer score. I think maybe they walk Judge here with first open, but they're going to pitch to him. Bieber also good numbers against him. The pitch. Hit back foul, 0-1. If you combine postseason and regular season and include Judge's hit from the first inning, still Aaron Judge is 2 for 14 career against Shane Bieber. Does have a home run off him, though. 0-1. Fouled back through the legs of Kirk. It rolls all the way over the white Yankee logo, spray painted into the grass and into the backstop. 0-2.
I think Aaron Judge just isn't seeing the baseball as well as he normally does. It was a backup curveball that wasn't really all that well located, and Aaron Judge kind of pulled off. You could see that front shoulder go flying, and that's something that he just generally doesn't do.
Bieber ahead of him 0-2. Here's the pitch. Just off the corner. Missed with a slider, 1-2.
That's a great pitch.
Yeah, I say he missed, but he hit his spot. He just missed the zone. Wind is blowing out toward left field if Judge needed any more help to launch one. 1-2 pitch. Bounced and it goes off the glove of Kirk to the backstop. Grisham will jog up to third. Shane Bieber with a wild pitch has put a Yankee runner 90 feet away from the plate with nobody out.
Crowd getting a little bit noisier here with that second run of the ball game, standing at third base for the Yankees. If you're Shane Bieber, though, you don't even worry about that guy at third base. You're up by 5 runs. You have a big hitter in the batter's box. You're trying to make a pitch to him.
A sac fly is a win for Bieber right now. His 2-2. He's crushed on a line to left field and down on the warning track, a base hit. In to score, Grisham. Judge going for second. The throw into Jimenez. He tosses to Clement, not in time. RBI double for Judge, who's clapping back to his dugout as the Yankees make it 6-2 in the bottom of the third.
It's a pretty good swing from Aaron Judge. He got his pitch up, elevated over the middle, and he just ripped it into left field. Now you really have to bear down if you're Shane Bieber. Blue Jays up 6-2, yes, but this Yankees offense is very potent.
And the Yankee fans getting back to their feet again. Cody Bellinger up, nobody out. The pitch, called strike. Bellinger has the lone Yankee homer in the series. When he hit it 2 days ago, it was his first playoff homer since 2021. Never made the playoffs when he was a Cub, and now he'll ask for time. Judge on second base, 6-2 for the Blue Jays. No outs, bottom 3. Bieber with an 0-1. Poked left side, slicing way foul, and it's 0-2.
Big pitch coming up right here. You want to expand on Cody Bellinger. He swings at elevated heaters above the strike zone, and he swings at balls in the dirt. You don't want to throw anything over the heart of the plate here, 0-2.
Oh-2 pitch. Line drive, left center field. Varsho charging, and he has to pull up. It's down for a hit. Judge had to wait. He'll go to third, but it's 3 straight hits for the Yankees, and they have runners on the corners. Still nobody out.
It actually wasn't a terrible pitch from Shane Bieber. You could tell they were trying to elevate that heater, but Cody Bellinger was just protecting, trying to get something out to the outfield. He didn't get all of it, but he got just enough of it to dump it in front of Dalton Varsho. Blue Jays are in a pickle here. First and third now with nobody out in this inning.
Ben Rice will be the next hitter for the Yankees. Before that, Pete Walker makes a stroll out to the mound. And notable, the Blue Jays have action in their bullpen. Mason Fluharty warming up in left center. This is a possible win and move forward game for the Blue Jays And they're going to do everything they can now with a lead to try and make sure they can win this game, and that might mean doing some unorthodox things if needed.
Yeah, this is the playoffs. If you need to bring a lefty into the ball game in the third inning, you do it, especially when you're up 2-0. You're trying to move on to the next round. This could potentially be the biggest situation in this ball game, so you want to bring somebody in that can get you out of it.
Infield will play about halfway, maybe even a little further back than that. First and third, no outs. Ben Rice is the batter for New York. Bieber with a kick in the pitch. Called strike. Rice takes a fastball right over the middle. They shift him hard to the right side. Shortstop Jimenez near the second base bag. 0-1. On the ground at first, Vladdy gloves. Judge is hung up between third and home. Throw to Kirk. He jogs toward Judge. Tosses to Barger. Judge takes off for home. The toss to Vladdy. Now he's chasing Judge, and he'll run him down for a tag. They get Aaron Judge out on a fielder's choice. Rice goes to first. Bellinger did make the smart play running all the way to third, but Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the Gold Glover, flashes the leather again. Not just flashing the leather, really smart play at first.
Yeah, that was a great play from him, making a perfect throw to Alejandro Kirk. The best part about that play is he didn't rush the throw. He waited and stared at Aaron Judge, who was kind of hung up in between home and third base, waited for him to make a move, and as soon as he started going home, then he threw home and got Aaron Judge. But what a play from him. I'm actually surprised that Ben Rice is still standing at first base and didn't end up at second base.
And now the double play is in order with Giancarlo Stanton up, who does have an RBI single. He's 1 for 1. 6-2 Blue Jays. First and third, one out, bottom of the third. Bieber's pitch. Popped up foul out of play 0-1. To just circle back for a second to the last play, Vlad fields it, starts to turn his body. I think Judge thought he was trying to turn the double play and taking 2 outs and letting the run score. Right when Vladdy turned, he didn't turn fast, and he could see Judge leak off the bag, and that's when he went home. Still a jam for Bieber. The 0-1 to Stanton. Swing and a miss. Gets ahead of him 0-2, but he did this last time. Now he's got to put him away.
Yeah, stay right there. And if you're Alejandro Kirk, you have to be a wall. Cody Bellinger standing out at third base.
Bieber has a wild pitch this inning, his first wild pitch since 2023. 0-2 to Stanton. Hit deep to center. Varsho racing back at the warning track. Makes the grab in front of the fence. Tagging at third and coming home to score easily is Cody Bellinger. It's a sac fly. It's 6-3 for the Blue Jays over the Yankees. But I think a little bit of a sigh of relief from the Blue Jays side, because for a moment it looked like it was going to be a whole lot more.
They tried to double up on that slider. The previous slider was a great pitch. Started in the strike zone, ended up off the plate. That one there, a little bit of a spinner, stayed on the outer third, and Stanton just got it off the end of the bat. I thought that ball was out of here.
If he didn't hit it right at Monument Park, it might have been. But now, runner on first, 2 outs, 6-3 Blue Jays, and the pitch to Jazz Chisholm is grounded foul on an uppercut swing, 0-1. Blue Jays lead 6-3 in the Bronx. Let's quickly take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Mariners still in control in Detroit. They lead the Tigers 5-1 in the other division series, a series that's tied at 1 game apiece. 0-1 pitch. Outside. All of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. The 2 National League teams went yesterday, 2 American League teams go today, and then all 4 will go tomorrow if needed. That depends on what happens with this game. 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Two-run bottom of the third. Yankee crowd back into it. Yankees back in the game. It's 6-3 Blue Jays. Two-one pitch. Just outside with a curve, and that's a real good take from Chisholm, who's often over-aggressive, but not right there.
Yeah, it looks like he's looking for something on the inner third, something he can drive and tie this ball game, or sorry, not tie this ball game up.
They'll get it pretty close.
Yeah.
Runner on first. They're down by 3. 3-1. Check swing, and that's a ball. Top of the zone doesn't exist tonight for either side because that definitely had the top of the zone, but that'll be a walk. And it's first and second with 2 outs.
Pete Walker's on the phone, probably wondering if Mason Fluharty's ready. I wouldn't be surprised if John Schneider comes out to yank Shane Bieber here.
And he will. Neither starter makes it out of the 3rd inning. They will go to Mason Fluharty here as the Blue Jays start to get aggressive with their bullpen in the bottom of the 3rd. Bieber last 2 2/3, gives up 3 for now, only 2 of them earned, and it's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 6-3 Blue Jays, first and second, 2 outs, bottom of the 3rd. Let's go back to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, guys. Let's continue checking on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll go back to baseball. Ben was mentioning the Mariners-Tigers game in Detroit at Comerica Park. Again, a game that had a 2-hour and 53-minute rain delay. Right now, though, this game's headed to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is 6-1 Mariners over the Tigers. Logan Gilbert is out, but he cruised for much of the game, struck out 7 over 6 innings of work. He allowed just 4 hits and 1 earned run in the start on offense. Lots of smaller hits here and there, but an Eugenio Suarez solo bomb, later on a J.P. Crawford solo bomb as well. But again, bottom of the 8th inning, the Tigers coming up to the plate, a 6-1 lead for Seattle. The NHL season officially underway. 3 games on the go tonight as the 2025-26 season kicked off with Blackhawks Panthers. The Cats raising their 2nd consecutive Stanley Cup banner earlier this evening. The first goal of the season goes to Frank Nazar, who broke in alone on Sergei Bobrovsky. Seconds later, the Panthers would equalize thanks to A.J. Greer. It ended 3-2 for the Panthers. Jesper Boqvist getting the game winner in the 3rd period. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action in New York with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much. Show the Blue Jays leading the Yankees 6-3 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. And with eyes on advancing, they make an aggressive pitching change. Mason Fluharty into the ball game for the Blue Jays, trying to finish off this 3rd where the Yankees have plated a pair. They bring in Fluharty because Ryan McMahon is the scheduled hitter, but it looks like Aaron Boone might be countering here. I believe Ahmed Rosario has a bat for the Yankees, a right-handed batter, who's about to come in and pinch hit. It will be Rosario with 1st and 2nd and 2 outs.
I don't mind this move at all. Obviously, this is a very important situation in this ball game, maybe the most important situation in this ball game. And you bring a guy into Mason Fluharty who doesn't really seem fazed by big situations. I like this matchup here, even with left on right.
It's the same Mason Fluharty who picked up that huge save in Los Angeles earlier this year. Pitched high pressure at Liberty and in the minors, and now makes his 2nd career playoff appearance. 1st and 2nd, 2 outs. His pitch to Rosario is foul tip. Drove the cutter at 91 to the top of the zone, 0-1.
Mason Fluharty is very good at throwing that cutter to the top of the strike zone.
Left-hander looks back at 2nd. Runner there is Rice. And the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Just elevated even higher, about a ball and a half above, 0-2.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just stay right there.
Ahmed Rosario making his first appearance of the series. Fluharty's 0-2.
Ball.
High. They did stay right there, and Rosario this time recognized it and laid off.
I think it was a ball out of the hand. It was an easier take for Rosario. Now you want to change the eye level, maybe bounce something.
Rosario 1 for 6 in these playoffs. 1-2 pitch. Popped up, broke his bat as he pops it over the Yankee logo. Kirk steps onto the white spray paint and makes the catch in foul territory to end the inning. But the Yankees have made this a game once again. They score a pair on 3 hits, knock Shane Bieber out, and have it at 6-3 as we go to the 4th. Strap in, a lot of baseball left. It's 6-3 Blue Jays, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved. Bingo!
Great games, good friends, and giving back. That's what charitable gaming's all about. At a charitable bingo and gaming center, your gameplay has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities supporting causes such as counseling services, youth sports programs, and healthcare. So come and enjoy a wide variety of games. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly. Charitable gaming. Community good. If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop. Look, live.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Hi, this is Tyler Heineman
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth at Yankee Stadium. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer tonight, Tom Young, Stephen Coyle, and Steve Pepe, our technical directors. Blue Jays lead it 6-3 as we go to the 4th inning, and it's a bullpen game for both sides from here on out. Both starters lifted in the 3rd inning, and Fernando Cruz, who came in and got the final 2 outs of the top of the 3rd, remains on for New York here to face the top of the order of the Blue Jays. Springer, Schneider, Guerrero this inning for Toronto. Schneider and Guerrero have both reached and scored each of the first 2 times they've come up. They get Cruz a new baseball. The cameraman is sprinting off to the first base dugout, and we're ready to go. He got a little crossed up for a sec, but he's back in there. And now the first pitch of the 4th. Springer takes a called strike, splitter, upper outer third of the zone, 0-1.
You should cut that camera guy some slack. He's only been doing it for 168 games.
Well, I think he might be with the American National, so he might be new. 0-1 pitch. Hit foul, 0-2. Springer 0 for 2 in this game. Is coming off a game in which he homered to tie Derek Jeter for 5th most postseason homers ever. Jeter and Springer both have 20. Next one would tie him for 4th most all time. 0-2. Inside. 4th most currently held by another active player. Kyle Schwarber has 21 career postseason homers.
It's a good list to be on.
It is. Means you're a good hitter and you've been in the postseason a lot, as George Springer has. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good splitter right on the corner, and Springer punches out for the 2nd time in the game. He's down to 0 for 3.
And that's how Cruz has been so good for the last couple of years, coming up and in with that hard 4-seamer and then down and away with that good split finger. That was executed to perfection.
This has been the problem part of the order if you're a Yankees pitcher, though. Davis Schneider up. He's reached both times. The pitch. Fouled right back. 4-seamer, upper middle of the zone, and Schneider just missed it. Davis with a walk and a double. 2 runs scored. One of the handful of guys who had never played in the postseason coming into this series and yet has looked surprisingly comfortable on the biggest stage. The 0-1. Up and in. And not surprisingly in relation to him, just in general, whether it's Schneider or Clement or Lucas or Barger, these guys have not really looked any different. If anything, they've played better than they were in the weeks leading up to the playoffs. 1-1 pitch. Foul back 1-2.
It was pretty interesting to listen to Davis Schneider talk before the ball game today. Just because he seemed like it was essentially nothing. It was just another ball game, but this is the biggest game he's ever appeared in.
He faces a 1-2 from Cruz, and he swats it foul right side.
Just a lot of confidence, whether you're Vladimir Guerrero Jr., whether you're Ernie Clement, like you said. It's just been a joy to watch all season long.
And they have confidence in him. They could have pinched hit a lefty here. Schneider started because the lefty was on, but they've left him in. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. That's a real good splitter. Has Schneider down to a knee, and Cruz has punched out 3 of the 4 batters he's faced, 2 down in the top of the 4th.
Almost the exact same sequence to Davis Schneider and George Springer. Hard fastball up, good split finger down. See you later.
And a Yankees fan has run on the field. Security is chasing him down. He's showing a T-shirt that none of us can see, and he has been absolutely mopped in right center field. And a second Yankees fan has run on the field, because why not spend a night in jail with a friend? They're both wearing T-shirts. I'm not sure what the T-shirts say, if I'm going to be honest with you, but now they're both down on the field. And they'll enjoy talking with each other for the next 12 hours.
Don't get me started on that. You could actually see that guy, and I don't know how much we're supposed to talk about this, but you could actually see that guy running towards Fernando Cruz, and Fernando Cruz was slightly worried about what was going to happen to him. He was 100%. Moving out of the way.
100%. How could you not be? Well, the good news is the great security staff here at Yankee Stadium have actually got through that rather quickly. Cruz is throwing a warm-up, but we're about a second or two away from getting back in action. And Vladdy's looking to get going here, but the home plate umpire, Jordan Baker's watching. One of the guys that ran on the field, I think, dropped something, so they went to pick it up.
I think he dropped his wallet.
Well, I'm not sure it's going to get returned to him anytime soon, but we'll see. 2 outs, bases empty, 6-3 Blue Jays, top of the 4th. Here is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the pitch. In the dirt, ball 1. Did not budge at that fastball.
No, he's seeing the baseball really well right now. With that being said, Louis Varland is actually warming up in that Blue Jays bullpen down there in left center.
Starting to map out how the Blue Jays might try and keep going in this game. They're up 6-3. 1-0 pitch. Vladdy bounces it left side, and it's past the slide of Rosario. A base hit into left field. Rosario just took over for McMahon. Not much he could have done on that play. And actually one of the lesser hit balls that Vladdy has had in this series, and yet it's his 8th hit in 11 at-bats.
Fernando Cruz got away with one there. That was a 4-seam fastball elevated on the inner part. That's a pitch that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has crushed over the last 3 or 4 games. He topped it just a little bit and snuck it through that left hole. And Aaron Boone is actually coming out to get Cruz.
Cruz just spiked the rosin bag. And now he'll hand the ball off to Aaron Boone and walk off the mound. Pitched pretty well. Got 4 guys out, before giving up the 2-out ground ball single. But Cruz's day is done, and it's another pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. So, Cruz out of the game. Camilo Doval about to enter for New York, and with a 6-3 Blue Jays lead, we go back to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Let's continue checking that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll go back to Detroit, where the Mariners are currently enjoying now an 8-1 lead. It was 6-1 last time we checked. Cal Raleigh hitting a 2-run bomb to a guy wearing dump 61 here, which is actually pretty remarkable. He then took the shirt off and is now wearing dump 62 here. So pretty incredible stuff at Comerica Park tonight, where the Mariners are enjoying a healthy lead, 8-1, as that game's going to the bottom of the 9th. for the Tigers. We mentioned this earlier. The NHL season officially underway. There are 3 games on the calendar as the 2025-26 season gets started. First, it began with a 3-2 win for the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. They beat the Chicago Blackhawks 3-2. Jesper Boqvist getting the game winner in the third period. Penguins at Rangers, a busy night in New York, actually, over at MSG. The Rangers starting their season against Sidney Crosby and the Penguins. It is 1-0 right now in the second period intermission. Justin Brazeau scoring the first goal of the year for the Penguins. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action in New York, in the Bronx. With the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network, here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Camilo Doval is into the game. Hard-throwing right-handed reliever for the Yankees. Comes on to try and finish off the top of the fourth. Blue Jays up 6-3, 2 outs, but Guerrero, of course, with another hit, so he's on first as Doval enters for the second time in the series. Camilo Doval pitched very well in the opener of this series. Came in for 2 innings of relief and went 6 up, 6 down at Rogers Center. Part of that really tense opening game that for 6 innings was close until the Blue Jays pulled away. It's a former closer, so maybe not super used to coming in this early, but pitched well as last time in the middle of the game as well.
All hands on deck. We saw that with John Schneider already, bringing Mason Fluharty in the third inning. Louis Varland is warming up down there in that bullpen. Aaron Boone is managing this game the exact same way.
For both of these managers, there's a lot of guys who have been really good at times this year and have had some struggles as well. Part of that is life as a reliever, but it will be really interesting to see how these bullpens battle each other over the rest of this game. Blue Jays up 6-3. And Doval had set before Kirk was alert to the pitchers. So Jordan Baker just reminding him that he's got to wait for Kirk to be ready. And now Kirk looks out to Doval, and the righty former Giant closer looks into home plate. Closed off stance. Left foot is pointing to third in the pitch. Called strike. Starts him with a slider at 88. Right over the middle, but that's almost unfair from Doval, who throws high 90s.
That walk rate is relatively high. 35 walks this season and 65 in the third innings. Have to be patient if you're Alejandro Kirk.
The kick in the 0-1. Down and away. Part of the trouble for Doval staying in the zone, not only does he throw hard, everything moves. It's a slider, a cutter, and a sinker. And it's mostly slider cutter. So everything is diving off to the left to his glove side. Step off, throw to first. Vladdy dives back in head first. I would say, in my opinion, an unlikely candidate to take off here, but he did have 6 stolen bases this year. So it's not impossible, just unlikely.
I think Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is the type of guy that will steal when you least expect it. So he might go here. We don't know.
1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. And Will mentioned Wells behind the plate, a very good defensive catcher, framing and blocking more his calling card than throwing. Not a bad thrower of the ball by any means, though. 1-2 count, 2 outs. 6-3 Blue Jays in the top of the fourth. And time is called from behind home plate. Kirk takes a step out. Now he brings his left foot back in, drags his bat across the plate and looks out at Doval. 6-2 righty is set. Love at his stomach. And the 1-2. On the ground, a high bouncer to Rosario. Backhanded on the left field grass. Bounces it over to first, and Rice makes the dig on the long hop to end the inning. Nice composed play from Ahmed Rosario at the hot corner. The Blue Jays do not score. They have 1 hit, and they leave 1 on. 6-3 Blue Jays, middle of the fourth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Summer may be over, but that's no excuse to be lax on lawn care. At Green Tractors, we've got John Deere mowers like the X738 and Z735M to help make your lawn game stay on point. With adjustable cut heights for the finish you want and Deere reliability from the first blade of grass to the last, these machines deliver professional results. And with 0% financing for 60 months, now's the time to bring one home. Stop by Green Tractors today and experience why John Deere is a cut above the rest.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
How do you like that? A 3-run blast!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
From the Bronx at Yankees Stadium, it's 6-3 for the Blue Jays. Game 3 of the American League Division Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue against 6-3 Blue Jays. They are trying to sweep away the Yankees, a Yankees franchise that has only been swept 6 times in their franchise history, most recently in the 2022 ALCS against the Houston Astros. Only once ever have they been swept in a 3 out of 5. That was when the ALCS used to be 3 out of 5, and they got swept by the 1980 Kansas City Royals.
Well, the Blue Jays still have work to do. This has turned into a bullpen game on both sides.
A lot of work to do, to be clear. Nothing is set in stone at this point. Blue Jays up 6-3, but we're in the 4th inning. Still 18 outs separate them from moving on. Anthony Volpe leads it off. Mason Fluharty's still in for the Blue Jays, and the lefty has a pitch called high. Again, that top of the zone is not really being called. It's a low zone so far. It's 1-0. Right there with a sweeper. Broke back over the plate, called strike 1-1.
He's just unfazed. It's really remarkable.
1-1. Popped high out of play, 1-2. I was talking to him right before the playoffs started, and he obviously didn't know yet, but figured that he might actually feel more comfortable in these moments just from his experience pitching in regionals, the playoffs in college, and some other high-pressure moments. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sword from Volpe on a high cutter, 1 down. But Fluharty, the reason he said that when he gets in these high-pressure moments, he blacks out. And when he blacks out, he pitches his best. He doesn't remember anything from that Dodgers save that he had. And he said when he struggled at times earlier in the year, it was in some of his lowest leverage spots where he found himself consciously thinking rather than just zeroed in on the glove.
I mean, it makes sense. It really does.
Austin Wells up, first pitch swing and a miss, strike 1. And how about more high pressure than this? He's a rookie. He wasn't even on the roster the whole season wire to wire, and they have him in the biggest game of the year, pitching. Everything's high leverage right now, pitching in a huge spot. 1 out in the bottom of the 4th, bases empty. Fluharty kicks and offers, and another swing and a miss from Wells. Got further outside with a sweeper.
Went cutter on the outside part and then sweeper off the plate. He is executing everything right now.
Louis Varland has been up and is more than likely ready to go when they need him. This is the 3rd batter faced for Fluharty, so they're eligible to make moves after this at-bat is over with Wells. Again, 1 out, bases empty, and the 0-2. High, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
There's that elevated cutter. Saw the awkward swing from Anthony Volpe on the elevated cutter. They tried to go back to it there, but Austin Wells didn't offer at it.
Kick in the 1-2. Up and in, 2-2. Wells 3 for 15 in the series, a walk, 5 strikeouts after a swinging strikeout in the 2nd. The 2-2. Outside ball 3.
Nibbling just a little bit. You have to get back in the strike zone, especially in a 3-2 count.
Top of the order about to come up. You do not want to issue a walk here. It's Trent Grisham looming on deck. Payoff pitch. Hit high, left side, and it just gets into shallow left. Barger calling for it, races toward the foul line, and he dropped it. And up to second goes Wells. Not sure why that was Barger's ball, and he misjudged it. And that could be a second error in this game on the Blue Jays.
I think at the last second, Barger realized that Davis Schneider was not going to catch that baseball. I don't know if he called it. I don't know what was going on with Davis Schneider, but
he put his arms out, which usually is calling it. Now, Schneider has the full right to call him off.
That has to be made. That play has to be made.
That's the second very puzzling error for the Blue Jays in this game. And now again, life at Yankee Stadium. Runner on second, one out. Top of the order up. Pitch to Grisham. Up and in, ball one. Although Grisham really sold it. Did not come that close to hitting him, but that'll fire up the Yankee crowd. Have to imagine this is the last batter for Fluharty. Judge on deck and Varland ready. The 1-0. Fouled back by Grisham. Cutter on the inside edge, 1-1. Fluharty rocks and deals. And the pitch is up and in. 2 balls and 1 strike. Staying up and in with cutters.
Yeah, Yankees lefties are, it seems like they're staying off of that cutter, though. Not offering at it.
1 out, runner on second. Jimenez plays behind him. The 2-1. Up and in, ball 3. Grisham keeps twisting down to a knee. The fans getting more enraged. That one was probably the first one that was actually right up there.
Yeah, that one might have been a little bit closer than that first one. Big pitch coming up right here, though.
Grisham is 1 for 2. A double and a run scored last inning. The 3-1. High ball 4. Borderline pitch, although the top of the zone again has not been much of a thing tonight. And that's a walk to make it first and second. 1 out. Aaron Judge coming up as the tying run. But before that, we go to a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 6-3 Blue Jays. First and second, only 1 out. Louis Varland racing into the game to take on Aaron Judge. Let's go back to today's host. It's Joe Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Let's continue checking on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The game in Detroit has gotten a little more interesting between the Mariners and the Tigers. It was 8-1 last we checked. It is now 8-4. The Tigers making some noise in the bottom of the 9th inning. Still nobody out, actually, for the Tigers. They have a runner on first in the bottom of the 9th inning. There was a Spencer Torkelson 2-run double and then an Andy Ibanez RBI single as a pitching change. Andres Munoz, who is the flamethrower for the Mariners, is now in the game and now 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning. So I'll keep on checking on that game. But again, Seattle up 8-4 in the bottom of the 9th at Comerica Park. We mentioned the NHL season beginning with a 3-2 Panthers win. If we check in on some scores right now, 2 other games on the calendar tonight. Penguins at Rangers, still 1-0 thanks to Justin Brazeau, although the third period is underway at MSG. Later on tonight, in about half an hour, we'll get Avalanche at Kings out west in Los Angeles. Nathan McKinnon and company will drop the puck in LA at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific. All of these games can be found on Sportsnet 1. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to New York we go with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, show. Everyone buckle in. This is high pressure right now. It's only the 4th with the Blue Jays, who once led 6-1, are up 6-3. 2 are on after an error and a walk. And Aaron Judge is up representing the tying run for New York. On for the Blue Jays, their hardest throwing reliever. He touched 101 in Game 1 of this series. Louis Varland is warming up right now on the Yankee Stadium mound.
You still have to make your pitches. Even though you throw 101, we've seen Aaron Judge turn those around pretty often. Up and in with that hard heater, down and away with that good knuckle curve. That should do it. Nothing over the heart of the plate, though.
And Judge has looked good in this game. 2 for 2, a single, a double, a run scored, and a run batted in. Everyone on their feet. This is a gut check right now for Louis Varland, as Yankee Stadium is loud and trying to rattle him. The pitch hit on the ground to third. It's foul, and it's 0-1. Started him with the curve and had Judge out in front.
And now that you're ahead in the count, you can really throw anything you want. Come up and in with that good hard fastball. We've talked about this before, but I know it's intimidating to come inside to a guy like Aaron Judge, but you have to show inside. That opens up the outside part of the plate.
Wells on second, Grisham on first. Varland peaks at second, and the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Or just throw it right down the middle at 100 miles an hour. He beats Judge. It's 0-2.
Judge was actually nodding his head after that pitch was thrown. That is a gutsy pitch right there.
Credit to the sequence set up by Kirk there. Had Judge off balance. And now this 6'7" right fielder asks for time, grabs dirt as he often does in the middle of an at-bat for some grip, and tosses it to the side. They're chanting MVP. He very well may be the MVP again. First and second, one out. The 0-2. Hit high and deep left field, hooking toward the foul pole. That ball is off the pole and gone. 3-run homer, Aaron Judge, a frenzy in the Bronx as we're tied at 6.
They tried to come up and in with that hard heater, and they actually threw it off the plate inside. It was almost like Aaron Judge was expecting that pitch, was guessing that location. And there's only a couple of guys in all of baseball that can barrel that baseball up. And unfortunately, Aaron Judge is one of them. What a swing.
His first home run of the postseason, and it could not have come at a better time. They're going to pick the ball up or pick someone's hat up off of the warning track. And we got a new game here in the bottom of the fourth. 1 out, bases empty. It's 6-6. He just barely kept it fair. Pitch to Cody Bellinger. Hit high left center. That'll stay in the yard by a good margin. Schneider calls for it, makes the catch, and there are 2 outs.
I mean, the Blue Jays, whether they win or lose, they'll look back at this ball game and say to themselves, we did not play clean baseball. IKF made that error, gave up an unearned run in the first inning. Addison Barger booted that fly ball out to shallow left. And those are plays that are almost always made. And for whatever reason, they didn't make those plays.
It's 2 unearned runs out of the 6 so far for the Yankees. Pitch down to Ben Rice with 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Well, it wasn't going to be easy. And it's 6-6 with 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth. The 0-1. Low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Varland's 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. And I think you can stomach, again, Varland made his pitch in off the plate by about 2 balls inside. You can stomach that one of the best hitters on the planet does that. But a 2-run homer is a lot different than a 3-run homer in that spot. Trying to finish off the bottom of the fourth. Varland's 1-2 is popped up, foul, third base side, and that will get out of play over the Blue Jay dugout. Still a ball and 2 strikes.
I'm sure there's people that will question John Schneider's decision to take Shane Bieber out of the ball game, but I, for one, am not going to be one of those. I agreed with the decision to bring Mason Fluharty in. I agreed with the decision to keep Mason Fluharty in the ball game and face the first 3 hitters of that inning. I also agreed with the decision to bring Louis Varland in. John Schneider has done everything right so far in this ball game.
1-2 again. Low 2-2, and even the sloppy defense connected to that because Bieber should have thrown 7 pitches in the first and not given up a run instead of 16 with a run allowed. But all that's in the past now. 6-6, bottom of the fourth, 2 outs. Louis Varland looking to lock back in. His 2-2 to Ben Rice. High and outside, ball 3. Yankees fighting for their lives. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him, and Varland strikes out Rice to end the inning. But the Yankees scored 3 runs on only 1 hit, 1 error, and none left. It's 6-6 as we go to the 5th. 5 innings to see if the Blue Jays advance or the Yankees prolong this series. 5th inning is coming up next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved. Bingo!
Celebrate a win for your community at a charitable bingo and gaming center. Each game you play has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities facing challenges such as food insecurity, educational needs, and rehabilitation. So come choose from a wide variety of entertainment options. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly. Charitable Gaming. Community good. If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop-look-live.
Mazda of Toronto. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand. The #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Varland's payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Yankee Stadium. Things have changed a lot. If you took the dog out for 10 minutes, it's a whole new ballgame. It's 6-6 between the Blue Jays and the Yankees. Top of the 5th inning. After an error-aided rally in the 4th, Aaron Judge hit a 3-run homer, and we got a new ball game. Now it'll be a 5-inning contest to decide if the Blue Jays move on or if the Yankees force a Game 4. Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Dalton Varsho will lead it off against Camilo Doval, who got the last out at the top of the 4th inning. Varsho 1 for 2, a single, RBI and a run score. Doval's pitch. Called strike, 98 on the outside edge. That's a cutter, the main fastball he throws, 0-1. Varsho, Clement, Santander this inning, who are combined 4 for 6 in this game. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Cutter over the middle at 99. Mistake pitch, but you can make mistakes at that velocity. It's 0-2.
Yeah, it was almost like Dalton Varsho got too big on that pitch.
Doval's 2-strike pitch in the dirt. Good take by Varsho on the slider, 1-2. Varsho 7 for 10 in the series. 3 doubles and 2 homers. OPS over 2,300. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pitch in the dirt. Tag applied by Wells. 1 out. The 5th inning is brought to you by Capital One. More than 4 million Canadians have a credit card because Capital One said yes. Get yours today. at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Ernie Clement stepping up now for the Blue Jays. 1 out, bases empty. Doval offers home, and Clement will take outside, ball 1.
Good patience right there. We talked about the slight command issues of Doval. You have to force him to come back in that strike zone.
Next pitch for Doval will be his 10th. Yankees already thinking about the next guy. Tim Hill is up. 1-0. Clement drives it. Left field. Hooking toward the corner. That ball is down and bouncing into the wall. Ernie off to second base with a 1-out double. He's 3 for 3.
Ernie Clement telling everybody in that dugout, let's go, let's go. What a swing from him. He continues to swing the bat well. That was a 98-mile-an-hour cutter right down the middle, and he ripped that thing, one-hop that wall out in left field, just missed a home run.
Clement on second, 1 out. Santander is up. He drove in a pair with a single back in the third, the most recent Blue Jays runs. At the time, that made it 6-1. Now it's 6-6 in the 5th. The pitch from Doval. High and outside. Paid a lot of attention on the windup to Clement and then missed arm side. In 39 career games at Yankee Stadium, 10 home runs for Anthony Santander. Now he's batting left-handed with that short porch near him. 1-0. Fouls it back. Big hack there. 1-1.
Let's see if he can get out front, barrel one up, get it out to that short porch out in right field. It's almost like this stadium was made for Anthony Santander.
Switch hitter. Like Mickey Mantle, who hit a lot to the short porch at a previous Yankee Stadium. 1-1. And he lines it right field. Sinking Judge dives, and he makes the grab. Just had a little too much on it to drop in front of Aaron Judge, who makes a great play. The fans are near a riot in support of Judge right now, and there are 2 outs. Still on second is Ernie Clement.
That was a gutsy play from Aaron Judge. Here comes Aaron Boone to get Doval, but what a gutsy play. He made the play. Fortunately for the Yankees, that ball didn't go anywhere, and Ernie Clement stays at second base.
Addison Barger, a left-handed hitter, is about to come up, so Doval lifted from the game, and Tim Hill, the lone left-hander in the Yankee pen, is coming out of the bullpen. This pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 6-6, 2 outs and a runner in scoring position in the top of the 5th. We go back to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, guys. Let's continue checking on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Go back to checking on that Mariners-Tigers game, which actually just wrapped up. 8-4 in favor of Seattle, who now retake home field advantage with that win. A 2-1 series lead for the Mariners. Eugenio Suarez, J.P. Crawford, each with a solo home run, as we mentioned earlier. Cal Raleigh with a 2-run bomb late. Logan Gilbert cruising for much of the game. He struck out 7 over 6 innings. He allowed just 4 hits and 1 earned run in the start. Game 4 will go a little earlier tomorrow afternoon in Detroit. The Tigers look to avoid being eliminated. 3:08 p.m. Eastern, 12:08 p.m. Pacific on Sportsnet. Casey Mize scheduled to start for the Tigers. And I believe it's still TBD for the Mariners, but we'll see what Wilson says after this game. And don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker have the post-game show. Jeff is here at Baseball Control with me. The guys will take your calls and your texts. Blair will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. You can text them as well, including right now if you like. 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. It is always open. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to New York we go with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much. Left-hander Tim Hill is into the game for the Yankees, trying to keep this game tied. 6-6 is the score. Runner on second and 2 outs in the top of the 5th inning. Hill is on to go left on left with Addison Barger. Left-hander is one of the softest tossers in baseball. Bottom 10 in sinker velocity. Sits about 88 with that pitch. Four-seamer averages around 90. He'll throw a slider as well, but it's pretty much 80 to 85% sinkers that you're going to see from Hill in the high 80s.
And he's been very, very good in the postseason. In his career, he's 1-0 with a .60 ERA in 18 games. That is some nasty work from Tim Hill.
Comes from underneath the side armor, kicks and deals, and Barger swings and misses over top of a sinker 0-1. Second at bat in the game for Barger. Came in to pinch hit in the third and punched out. 0-1. Inside, almost clipped Barger's thighs. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. One for 5 start to his postseason career for Addison Barger. Next pitch, grounded foul left side. It's 1-2 for Addison Barger, who had a .217 batting average against lefties this season to a .249 against righties. But the biggest difference actually is the power did not slug nearly as much off of left-handed pitcher. 1-2. Bounce back foul, just tapped a sinker, very defensive there, and rolled it behind him to the backstop. Still 1-2.
Just get something to the outfield. That's all you have to do. You just shorten that swing up, poke it the other way. Ernie Clement's going to score the go-ahead run.
They're giving him room left side of the infield as they shift toward first. 1-2 again. Down and in, almost hit the foot of Barger, who had to dance out of the way. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, with Ernie Clement's speed, anything lands in the outfield, that's probably going to result in a run. 6-6, 2 outs, top of the 5th, the 2-2. Swing and a miss, he got him. Tim Hill strikes out Barger, strands Clement on second, and we are tied at the middle of the 5th. 6-6 Blue Jays and Yankees in Game 3 of the ALDS. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
Get winter ready with CarQuest Auto Parts. Save on premium brand name products. Castrol Magnatech Synthetic Oil 5-liter jug $29.97. Prestone Premix Coolant 3.78-liter jug $14.97. CarQuest Washer Fluid 3.78-liter jug $3.97. And Trico Ice Winter Wiper Blades all sizes $14.97. Hit the road with CarQuest for your auto parts needs. Visit a CarQuest Auto Parts store or carquest.ca for full flyer details at participating locations.
Hey, this is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Bottom of the 5th inning and nothing to separate these two teams right now. It's 6-6 in a potential elimination game in the Bronx. Blue Jays lead the series 2-0 and look like they were cruising up 6-1 at the middle of the 3rd. But the Yankees with 2 in the 3rd and 3 in the 4th have tied it up. Blue Jays will stick with Louis Varland here, trying to settle down the Yankee bats.
Yeah, a couple of big boppers coming up right now for the Yankees. Giancarlo Stanton and Jazz Chisholm. You have to make your pitches.
It's Stanton, Chisholm, Rosario in total scheduled to hit this inning. Varland gave up the homer on a pitch way in off the plate to Aaron Judge at about 100. It's a heck of a swing from Judge, and then got Bellinger and Rice to end the 4th. And now we start at the bottom of the 5th. Harlan Wines pitch to Stanton. Called strike, 100 over the heart of the plate. Marlin's biggest pitch as a Blue Jay came against Stanton, striking him out in game 1 with the bases loaded. 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
They were trying to come inside. I like that you give up the home run to Judge on a pitch that should never be barreled up, and you're still not fearful of coming into a big guy. I like that.
1-1. Curveball, check swing, pitch was low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on appeal. Tony Randazzo confirms no swing. Well, the Yankees were waiting for a Judge and Stanton game, and they've got it. These 2 are combined 4 for 4. 2-1 pitch. Down and away, ball 3. For Stanton, it's a single and a sac fly. For Judge, a single, double, and home run.
And a diving catch out in right field.
Yeah.
Guy's having a heck of a day.
The wind in the 3-1. Fouled off by Stanton, 100 on the edge. Drops into the second deck, just back from the first base dugout. It's 3-2. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Struck him out on a curve. Stanton is down, and there's 1 out in the bottom of the 5th.
That's vintage Louis Varland right there, coming right at Giancarlo Stanton with 100. And then flipping in that good hard breaking ball right there. Perfectly placed on the outside part. Looked like a strike. That's why Stanton offered at that pitch. That's good stuff.
1 out, and the infield shifts toward first. It's Jazz Chisholm up. Varland wind kicks and offers. And the pitch is down and in. Check swing by Chisholm, and he did not offer as he almost fell across the plate. Ball 1. Chisholm, a former Marlin. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Marlin, Pirate, and Yankee Chris LaRue. 6-6 Blue Jays and Yankees, bottom of the 5th. 1-0. Fouled off of his own ankle by Chisholm, who limps across home. Rubs his leg and is using his bat as a cane as he moves back toward the lefty side. It's 1-1.
That changeup had a lot of movement, a lot of downward action to it, but it was 95 miles an hour.
It's a power change, to say the least. 5 pitches for Varland, mostly 4-seamer curve, but the changeup, the slider, and the sinker, too. Here's 1-1. And Chisholm drives it right field, and the Yankees have the lead. First homer of the postseason for Jazz Chisholm, and that caps the comeback from 6-1 down. The Yankees are up 7-6 on the Blue Jays.
Louis Varland just missed his spot there. They were trying to go away with the fastball. They went changeup down, which was a good pitch, effective. Got Jazz Chisholm to swing over the top of it, and they were trying to go away with the heater. He just left it right over the middle, and it was almost like Jazz was waiting on that pitch. He barreled it up and crushed it out to right field.
That's going to be the end of Louis Varland's day. Pair of homers burns him in this one. He comes out with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th, and suddenly the Yankees in pole position. They're up 7-6, and this pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Let's go back to baseball control. Here again is today's host, Joe Ali.
Thanks, guys. Let's continue checking on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Like I said, an 8-4 win for the Mariners over the Tigers, game 4, as the Mariners now have a 2-1 series lead. We'll go tomorrow afternoon, 3:08 p.m. Eastern, 12:08 p.m. Pacific, and it'll be on Sportsnet 1 as usual. The NHL season officially underway. There were 3 games on the calendar tonight. The NHL season getting started with a goal from Frank Nazar of the Chicago Blackhawks, but a number of goals from the Panthers, including the game winner from Jesper Boqvist, who got the game winner in the third, a 3-2 win for Florida. Penguins at Rangers. There's about 3 minutes left in regulation at MSG. The Rangers, of course, starting their season against Crosby, and the Penguins 1-0 still right now, thanks to the only goal in this game from Justin Brazeau. In a matter of minutes, Avalanche at Kings out west in LA. McKinnon and company will drop the puck at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific. All of these games on Sportsnet 1. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to New York we go with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Braden Fisher on the hill for the Blue Jays as they are trying to slow this Yankees offense. The Yankees have scored 6 unanswered from the bottom of the third until now in the bottom of the fifth to turn a 6-1 Blue Jay lead into a 7-6 Yankee lead. The first time in the series that the Yankees hold a lead in a game, and Braden Fisher, a rookie, is tasked with calming it down against the bottom third of the Yankee order.
Yeah, and this Yankees lineup is doing what they've done all season long, just crush mistakes. Although the pitch to Aaron Judge was not a mistake, every other big hit for the Yankees today was a mistake. That fastball there to Jazz Chisholm was almost right down the middle. Although it was 98 miles an hour, you still have to locate that pitch. It's a big outing here for Braden Fisher.
It's Major League Baseball's highest scoring offense in the regular season. The Yankees showing it now in the playoffs. Ahmed Rosario up and Fisher with a breaking ball. It's called high. I mean, this zone, it's kind of been ridiculous. There's just literally no top of it. And you wonder why it's 7-6 right now, because zone is incredibly small. 1-0. Here's the next pitch. And it's lined to left field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Cut off near the corner. Rosario chugging for second, and he'll get in there. It's a double for Ahmed Rosario, who caught a curveball over the middle of the plate with one out. The Yankees threatening again.
Yeah, you have to keep that run at second base now. You have to bear down if you're Braden Fisher. Make your pitches. And with that base open at first base, you don't have to be perfect, Anthony Volpe, although this is the guy you want if you're Braden Fisher.
Volpe 0 for 2 strikeouts. Yankees up 7-6, 1 out, bottom of the fifth with a runner on second. Fisher checks on the runner in the pitch. Called strike, 0-1. Second ever postseason appearance for Braden Fisher. Scoreless third of an inning previously. 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike. Right-hander is set, staring at second. Looks to home, kicks and offers. Check swing, called strike. That one finally called at the top of the zone as a strike. It's 1-2. Two taps to the plate from Volpe. Local guy in a huge spot. Yankees trying to stave off elimination again. 1-2. Down and away. Bounced and it was picked by Kirk. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Four-seamer, slider, curve for Fisher. 2-2. Low ball 3.
Just good takes from Anthony Volpe. It's almost like he's recognizing that pitch out of the hand. That was a good slider down below that strike zone. And a relatively comfortable take from Anthony Volpe.
Well, there has been some concern from the Blue Jays that perhaps they've been tipping some of their pitches to the Yankees. Saw some very obvious signals in the last game from Aaron Judge. They do have a runner on second in Rosario. 3-2. Line shot foul.
This would be a good time for a heater at the top of the strike zone. Change the eye level. Throwing a lot of off speed down and away.
6 sliders in a row to Anthony Volpe. Full count, 1 out, runner on second. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Stayed with the slider, elevated, and Volpe is 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts, and there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth.
Yeah, it wasn't a fastball at the top of the strike zone, but he changed the eye level, and it was an uncomfortable swing. That was really the first uncomfortable swing of the at-bat for Anthony Volpe. Probably not where you want that pitch, but it worked.
So now Austin Wells to the plate. Yankees have taken the lead this inning. It's 7-6 New York. The pitch off the end of the bat, foul. Rosario's on second. Blue Jays have 6 runs on 8 hits. Yankees have 7 runs on 8 hits. Long ball has been a part of it, but also 2 Blue Jay errors, none for the Yankees. Fisher with an 0-1. Check swing. Pitch was high. Appeal to third, no swing. There was the cutter from Fisher. Not used as often as his other pitches. It's 1-1. Fisher rocks and deals. Swing and a miss. Went with the slower curve. Worked as a change because the location wasn't great middle in, but Wells was way out in front. 1-2.
I think Austin Wells recognized that pitch out of the hand, just couldn't wait back far enough. It's a pitch that he normally hammers.
Wells asking for time. Fisher got set, but he'll step off. In what's been a crazy game. Close to 2.5 hours in. We're in the 5th. The Blue Jays have led by 5 at one point. Now the Yankees have a 1-run lead. Runner on second, 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. And the 1-2 on the ground right side, through past Guerrero into right. They give the wave to Rosario. The throw from right off line. Kirk tosses to second, and Wells is out on the throwback from Kirk to Jimenez to end the inning. Aaron Boone was asking them for weight, but if I'm not mistaken, he's used both of his challenges. And that should be the end of the inning. The run will come in to score, and it's 8-6 Yankees headed to the 6th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance, and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Wake me up when we make the playoffs.
Wake up, Canada. We made it.
At Endy, we know greatness starts with a great rest. That's the beauty of sleep. It fuels focus and sharpens performance. It's how Endy helps all Canadians rise to shine. Discover why Endy is Canada's best mattress. Shop Canadian made at endy.com.
Bingo!
Great games, good friends, and giving back. That's what Charitable Gaming's all about. At a charitable bingo and gaming center, your gameplay has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities supporting causes such as counseling services, youth sports programs, and healthcare. So come and enjoy a wide variety of games. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly.
Charitable Gaming. Community good.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays win an 11th in a row at home.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
On to the 6th inning in the Bronx. The Yankees lead the Blue Jays after a big comeback, 8-6. Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Now it's time for the Blue Jays to see what they're made of. They led by 5. They trail now by 2, and they'll face Tim Hill, the lefty, for another inning here. Hill faced one batter in the 5th and struck out Barger. He gets Jimenez, Springer, and Davis Schneider in the 6th. Blue Jays scored 6 runs from the 1st to 3rd combined. The Yankees have scored 7 runs from the 3rd to 5th. Jimenez at the plate, nobody out. And the third baseman Rosario plays in on the infield grass. The pitch. That's in. Down and in, ball 1. Jimenez 0 for 1, a ground out to second and a hit by pitch. Next offering. That was in as well, but it's called a strike on a very interesting night for Jordan Baker behind home plate. 1-1.
Yeah, Andres Jimenez isn't thrilled with that call.
Flips a 2-0 into a 1-1 on a shifting zone all evening. Devin Williams getting loose, the 1-1. is sliced foul left side, deep into the corner, 1-2. Tim Hill will have to face George Springer per the 3-batter minimum. 1-2 is lined by Jimenez toward right. Judge coming forward, makes the grab, and there's one out. Yankees could have avoided Hill doing the 3-batter minimum if they removed him mid-inning. You're allowed to circumvent it, but now George Springer will get a shot here at his soft-tossing lefty. Hill nods and deals and misses outside. Bit of a quiet series so far for Springer. 2 for 11. 2 hits are a double and a homer. 1-0 pitch. High and outside, 2-0. 8-6 Yankees. They play Springer pretty straight up on the infield. They shift him to the opposite field in the outfield. Grisham in right center. 2-0. Springer drives it right side. Foul. 2-1.
When George Springer is seeing the baseball well, he probably would not have offered at that pitch. He's in a 2-0 count. That fastball was off the plate outside.
2-1 pitch is called a strike on the inside edge, and it's 2-2.
That's a good pitch from Tim Hill. You're off the plate outside, and then you're in almost on the black on the inside part. Really tough to square up.
2-2. On the ground is short. Routine for Volpe. Gloves chest high. Throws to first. 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Aaron Boone on the top step. Will he let Hill face Schneider? The narrative is that Schneider is a lefty killer, although the numbers actually suggest he's hit right-handed pitching better this year. Davis did crush lefties in 2023 when he broke out.
Looks like he's going to let him face him.
Williams still warming. Both starters came out of this game in the middle of the 3rd. Pitch from Hill. Schneider hits it high left field, and that will stay in the yard. Bellinger backpedaling. Still backpedaling, makes the catch behind him to his left, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Tim Hill. Blue Jays sent down quickly the first time they're retired in order. Middle of the 6th, 8-6 Yankees. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
At No Frills, big Thanksgiving deals are on. Get Lantic granulated sugar for only $1.99 until October 8th. No Frills won't be beat. Find a lower price and we'll match it. See flyer or visit nofrills.ca price match for details.
Monopoly Double Play is back at McDonald's. So let's practice winning. You just won 25 grand. And go.
Yes!
I said 25 grand.
That's what I'm talking about! Yeah!
Much better. Okay, now you just won a brand new Chevrolet Corvette. I think she just fainted. Impressive. Feel like a winner on pack and in-app. Monopoly Double Play is back. While supplies last, 1 in 5 chances to win game piece prizes at outset. Chances to win draw prizes depend on number of entries in each draw. Cash prizes payable by e-transfer. See rules in-app.
October 8th on Sportsnet. 4 Canadian teams face off in a doubleheader. First, the ultimate rivalry reignites. Canadians, Leafs. Then, the Battle of Alberta returns. Flames, Oilers, Scotiabank Wednesday Night Hockey. October 8th on Sportsnet.
Mazda of Toronto. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand. The #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth at Yankee Stadium. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. Game 3 of the ALDS. Blue Jays have a 2-0 series lead, but the Yankees have an 8-6 lead in this game. bullpen churning continues. Brendan Little is on to face the top of the Yankees order in a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. For Little, it's Grisham, Judge, Bellinger. Assuming they even throw to Judge at all with the way that he's been hitting so far in this game.
It's a big spot for Brendan Little. You want to keep this score where it is, 8-6 New York Yankees. But you also want to fill up that strike zone. Trust your stuff. That's the biggest thing with Brendan Little.
Trent Grisham to lead it off. 1 for 2 with a double, a walk, and 2 runs scored. The pitch, squares to bunt, pulls it back in, takes 96 for a strike. A cutter from Little to make it 0-1.
Haven't seen one of those in a while.
96 is about as hard as it gets for Little. Probably is as hard as it gets. Third baseman Barger playing in after the square, and the 0-1 in the dirt. Trying to get a chase on a curve and could not. That is the big swing and miss pitch for Little. Main fastball is a sinker, although he'll use the cutter because it more often stays in the zone. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Cutter again over the middle, and he gets the whiff. 1-2.
That's going to be a weapon for him. If he can control that pitch, especially at 94, 95, even 96 miles an hour, you're going to get a lot of swings and misses like that one.
Talking with Brendan, too. Obviously, he's seen the Yankees a lot. They've seen him a lot. But he feels like now that he's reintroduced that cutter in a big way, he has a bit of a new wrinkle that they might not totally be on. The 1-2. Hit on the line center field. Varsho scampers to his right, backpedals and makes the catch. 1 out. And here comes Aaron Judge.
New York loves Aaron Judge, don't they?
I mean, he truly pulled off one of the better swings I've probably ever seen live in that fourth, and they're not even going to touch him. They'll walk Judge. They boo that, but cheer the intentional walk of Guerrero earlier in the game.
You know what? I'm sure there's some people that are saying to themselves right now, why are you walking him with nobody on base? I don't mind that move there, especially with the left-on-left matchup here with Cody Bellinger coming to the plate.
Bellinger up, Judge on first. 1 out. Little looks at Judge and deals home. Called strike. Sinker on the inside edge. Judge can run a bit. 12 stolen bases in the regular season. 0-1. Line drive, right center, Santander in, dives, and it's past him. Down and rolling toward the track. Judge to third, gets a stop sign. Into second, Bellinger. Santander took a circuitous route to the ball, running right and then in, and just missed it on the dive. He's also holding his left thumb on his glove hand right now on a knee in right field. It's a double for Bellinger in second and third for the Yankees.
Well, it was a big swing from Cody Bellinger. He got jammed just a little bit, so Anthony Santander might have thought that ball was hit further or harder than it was. Like you said, a little bit of an odd route, a little bit of an uncomfortable dive. That ball gets past him, and the Yankees who have runners at second and third here with just 1 out in the inning.
Infield in, Ben Rice up. Yankees have scored in 4 straight innings. They've scored multiple runs, in 3 straight innings. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. Little set at the belt. Left on left with Rice's pitch. Outside, ball 2. Uncomfortable spot here now because Little is down in the count, so Rice is looking over the plate. And if you walk him, Giancarlo Stanton comes up, bases loaded. Little's 2-0. Hit high to right center field. Santander makes the grab. Judge will tag from third and come in to score. Throw goes into third base to keep Bellinger at second. A sac fly makes it 9-6 for the Yankees.
That's exactly what the Yankees wanted there. A fly ball, another run. I mean, we talked about this before the game. I've talked about it during the ball game. You have to play solid defense in big games like this, and the Blue Jays just haven't done that.
Stanton is set to hit next, and the Blue Jays will make another pitching change. It's brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. The Yankees have scored in 4 straight innings, and they lead it 9-6 with 2 outs on a runner on second in the bottom of the 6th. We go back to today's host. Here is Show Ali.
Thanks, guys. Let's continue checking on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The NHL season, as I've said earlier this evening, is officially underway. 3 games on the go, and the season kicking off for the 2025-26 year with Blackhawks at Panthers, a 3-2 win for Florida. Boqvist getting the game winner in the third period. Penguins at Rangers is finally over at MSG, which ended as a 3-0 shutout win for Pittsburgh over the Rangers, again at MSG. Justin Brazeau had basically the only goal until about 3 minutes to go. There were 2 empty netters, and he got another one, which I guess means he technically leads the NHL in goals at this stage of the season. And, of course, the Avalanche at Kings game just about to get started in Los Angeles. Nathan McKinnon and company dropping the puck very shortly. All of these games on Sportsnet 1. Tomorrow, we'll get 4 more games. Habs at Leafs, Bruins at Capitals, Flames at Oilers, and Kings playing a back-to-back. They'll take on the Golden Knights in Vegas. And some news to get to. Sportsnet's Elliot Friedman reporting the Winnipeg Jets and forward Kyle Connor close to a long-term contract extension. AAV will be in the $12 million range, according to Frege, but nothing is official yet. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to New York we go with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yariel Rodriguez is loosening up right now, getting set to enter this game and make his postseason debut. The Yankees with another run in this inning. Runs in 4 straight innings have turned a 6-1 Blue Jay lead into a 9-6 Blue Jay deficit. And Yariel's job, get Giancarlo Stanton here and prevent the runner on second from scoring. It's Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, this is still a ball game. You can get 3 runs off of this New York Yankees bullpen. We've seen them struggle really a lot this season. So if you're Yariel Rodriguez, you want to get Giancarlo Stanton, you want to get your defense off the field and back into that dugout and see if they can put together some good at-bats here going forward.
Stanton 1 for 2, a single, a strikeout, and a sac fly in this ball game. Slowly steps into the righty box. Rodriguez tucks his right hand into his glove. A look at second and the pitch. Ball strike. Spinning slider hit the inner half. It's 0-1.
Don't want to throw another one of those.
Rodriguez shrugs his shoulders. 0-1. Tapper in front of the mound. Kirk gets it in fair territory and throws from the fair side down to first to get Stanton and end the inning. But another run for the Yankees on a hit. They leave one in scoring position. 9-6 New York with 3 innings to play. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
That ball is soaring out of here. A grand slam.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 7th inning at Yankee Stadium, and the Blue Jays need a comeback. 8 unanswered from the Yankees. It's 9-6 New York in Game 3 of the ALDS. Blue Jays have a 2-0 lead, but the momentum starting to swing toward New York, and they'll make a pitching change. Brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Devin Williams is into the ball game in the 7th. They bring him in to face the heart of the Blue Jay order. Guerrero, Kirk, and Varsho, also a defensive substitution for the Yankees. They bring on a better fielder at first in Paul Goldschmidt. He is in for Ben Rice. And at third, Jose Caballero has come in for Ahmed Rosario. Who's raining down on Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's had a really impressive day. 2 for 2, a 2-run homer, an intentional walk, and a single. Fastball changeup for Williams, the right-hander. Looking in a while, and the pitch. 95 on the edge, strike one. Third appearance of the postseason for Williams, 2 scoreless innings so far. 0-1. High. 96, but just above the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike.
He's had some trouble this season, but he seems to have found something here late in the season. Has really good stuff, too. Mid-90s fastball and that devastating changeup.
He kicks and offers, and the 1-1's up and in. 2 balls and 1 strike. Hasn't shown Vlad the change yet, even though that's really his main pitch. Guerrero, Kirk, Varsho this inning. Williams with a 2-1. And Vladdy with a big swing hits it back foul. Another fastball. You have to imagine in the back of Vladdy's head, when is this changeup going to come? Because Williams has really set him up now.
He's also set him up for a fastball that's elevated.
A lot of options for Austin Wells to call. Here is the 2-2 pitch. And it's down and away. He went with the change, but it was a ball out of the hand. Full count.
Yeah, an easy take for Vlad right there. Nowhere near the strike zone.
I wouldn't be shocked if he goes there again and worst case walks Vlad. The payoff. Vlad throws the bat at it, fillets it out to shallow center. Chisholm and Volpe collide, and they make the catch. Chisholm came down with it. The middle infielders came together, and a muted cheer from the crowd as a near defensive mistake does turn into an out the first time they've got Vladdy in this game.
Yeah, Anthony Volpe and Jazz Chisholm are talking it over right now. Jazz gave him a little tap on the backside, so all good there, but that's something that the Yankees have struggled with for the majority of this season, their defense.
They've made 1 mistake tonight, but the Blue Jays have made multiple on defense. Part of the reason they're trailing. Pitch to Alejandro Kirk on the corner with 96. It's 0-1, and this is looking a lot more like Milwaukee Devin Williams with a little more velocity back in his arm again. Right-handers 0-1. On the ground, foul. Kirk out in front of the change, and he's ahead 0-2. 6 straight Blue Jays have been retired, and the last time they scored a run was in the 3rd when they led 6-1. 0-2 pitch. High, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
So tough to lay off that fastball just because it looks exactly like the changeup. The changeup looks like the fastball. The fastball looks like the changeup, and that's why Devin Williams is so tough.
Here's 1-2. Kirk pops it back foul, headed our way. It'll land just above us. Still a ball and 2 strikes. At his peak, Williams, 2-time Hoffman Reliever of the Year award for the best reliever in the National League. All-Star in 2022 and 2023. Traded to the Yankees in the final year before he reaches free agency. He's trying to extend his run in pinstripes with a good inning here. 1-2. Fouled away. Varsho waiting on deck. Williams offering again to Alejandro Kirk. And the pitch is hit in the air, right center field. Judge in a jog. So is Grisham, and he'll make the grab. Grisham on the track. 2 outs.
I thought for a second that Alejandro Kirk got that. He's pretty good at going the other way. He squared that ball up. Might have got it off the end of the bat just a little bit. Missed a home run by about 5 feet out there in right center.
Yeah, hit it 366 feet at 102 miles an hour, but just not enough. Blue Jays in danger of back-to-back 1-2-3 innings on the offensive side. Dalton Varsho is up, and here's the pitch from Devin Williams. Swatted foul left side into the seats. It's 0-1. Pitching change to Williams was brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Elevated the fastball, and now the fans elevate out of their seats as Williams has a chance to finish off the top of the 7th. The 0-2. Up and in. Varsho twists back out of the way. A ball and 2 strikes.
What do you think's coming here?
Probably the change.
Probably the change up.
Down and away. One-two. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Climbs the ladder to 97 with a fastball. And Williams caps off a 1-2-3 top of the 7th in style. It's all Yankees right now at Yankee Stadium. They're up 9-6 on the Blue Jays at the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. EyeSight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage,
Standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
Hey, this is David Schneider. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you as the Blue Jays trail the Yankees 9-6 as we're headed to the bottom of the 7th inning at Yankee Stadium. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The Tigers-Mariners game is officially in the books. If you're just joining us now, wrapped up 8-4 in favor of Seattle. They had split the home games at T-Mobile Park in the first 2 games. They do retake home field advantage with the win, a 2-1 series lead right now after 3 games for the M's. Eugenio Suarez and J.P. Crawford each with a solo home run. Cal Raleigh with a 2-run bomb late. Logan Gilbert cruised for much of the game. He struck out 7 over 6 innings. He allowed just 4 hits and 1 earned run. Game 4 will go tomorrow afternoon in Detroit as the Tigers look to avoid being eliminated. 3:08 p.m. Eastern, 12:08 p.m. Pacific is the time of first pitch on Sportsnet. We'll also get 2 Game 3s in the NLDS. Dodgers leading the Phillies 2-0. Brewers leading the Cubs 2-0 as well. And both of those games will be on Sportsnet as well. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker have the post-game show. Jeff is here at Baseball Control with me. He will take your calls and your texts alongside Barker. Blair will also throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. You can text them as well. 590-590, name and location, including right now. The People's Text line always open, of course. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. It's the bottom of the 7th inning in the Bronx. Let's get you back to New York with the Sportsnet Radio Network call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yariel Rodriguez and the Blue Jays getting warmed up right now as we get set for the bottom of the 7th. A reminder, this copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Yankees up 9-6. The Blue Jays begging for a scoreless inning. I know the move from Bieber will be discussed. Regardless of that, the Blue Jays have had 4 relievers in a row come in and give up runs. Regardless of when the bullpen got in, they need more out of these guys right now. They need someone to stop the bleeding here as the Yankees have scored 2 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, and 1 in the 6th.
And this is part of the problem of pitching at Yankee Stadium. When the crowd is this energized and a bullpen arm is coming in, you feel the energy, you feel those nerves, the heart rate is elevated, and you start to throw pitches you probably normally wouldn't throw. You try to overthrow the breaking ball. You leave spinners over the heart of the plate. And I'm not saying that's the only thing that's happened tonight in terms of problems. There's been some defensive issues. There's been other things that have happened, but it's a really, really difficult place to pitch, and we're seeing that tonight.
Season series between these two teams was dominated by the home team. If you include the playoffs, the Blue Jays are 8-1 against the Yankees at Rogers Center and 2-4 against them at Yankee Stadium, including a series in September. Big cheers for Jazz Chisholm, who will lead it off for the Yankees in the bottom of the 7th. His solo shot in the 5th gave the Yankees their first lead of the series, and now they're up by 3. Right on left matchup, Rodriguez threw 2 pitches to get 1 out in the 6th. Here's his first pitch in the 7th, and it's called a strike, a slider to make it 0-1. Rodriguez rocks and delivers, and the pitch is low, 1 ball and 1 strike. After Chisholm this inning, Caballero and Volpe do up. 1-1. Low ball 2.
Actually, not a bad pitch. That was a split finger. We haven't seen many of those from Yariel recently. It's a good pitch to Jazz Chisholm.
2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Went to the slider again. Huge hack from Chisholm, and he lost his helmet. Burke hands it off to Jordan Baker, who hands it back to Jazz Chisholm. It's 2-2.
Seemed like Jazz was trying to hit his second home run of the ball game. Helmet went flying. His front shoulder went flying. A little bit of a spinning breaking ball on the outer third. I think Yariel got away with one.
Paul Goldschmidt on deck. The 2-2 is looped out to left. Moving forward, Schneider runs into it to make the catch. And there's one out. It'll be Goldschmidt up now, batting in the spot originally occupied by McMahon and then Rosario. Goldschmidt came in for Ben Rice, but they've decided to put him in the lower third of the order. And for now, Caballero is the guy who will occupy the cleanup spot when that spot comes up again. An MVP, a guy with postseason experience. Paul Goldschmidt faces a first pitch and takes it low, ball one. He's 4 for 7 in this postseason, despite only having one start. They brought him in defensively for Rice in the top of the 7th. Waving the bat above his right shoulder is Goldschmidt. Here's the 1-0. And he shoots it into the top deck foul right side. Caught on the fly. Nice play by the fan. It's 1-1.
Paul Goldschmidt is 38 years old, but he still looks like he's a tight end, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a big guy on a team of giants. A little smaller in his stance with his knees bent. 1-1. On the ground left side, Barger, gloves near his ankles, takes his time as he zips it over to first. Guerrero with the catch on the low throw, and there are 2 outs.
Yariel Rodriguez has thrown a couple of fastballs in this inning at 97 miles an hour. If I'm Pete Walker, if I'm John Schneider, I'm pretty encouraged by that. We've seen a large dip in velocity over the course of this season, sometimes 93, sometimes 94 miles an hour, but a couple of 97s is pretty encouraging.
2 outs. Anthony Volpe is up. Bottom of the 7th in the pitch. Called low. Super tight zone. It's 1-0. Corners pinched in slightly against Volpe, who has speed. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a foul tip. Volpe is 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts in the game. Rodriguez deals. And the pitch is low. 2 balls and 1 strike. No action in the Yankee pen, by the way, so it appears Devin Williams will come back out for the 8th. Only other guys available are the closer Bednar, Luke Weaver, Paul Blackburn, and Will Warren. Blackburn and Warren are more long guys, converted starters. 2-1. In off the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike. Yankees 9, Blue Jays 6, bottom of the 7th. With 2 outs, the 3-1 pitch. On the ground left side, speared by Barger, stumbling. He turns, throws to first, and that's a nice play to end a 1-2-3 inning. Finally, the scoring streak is stopped for the Yankees, who go scoreless in an inning for the first time since the 2nd. Will go to the 8th. The Blue Jays still got a chance here, trailing 9-6. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet radio network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Did you know 2 in 5 Canadians will face cancer in their lifetime? Early detection can make all the difference. Whole body MRI offers advanced medical scans using state-of-the-art AI-powered MRI technology, capable of detecting early-stage cancers and over 500 other conditions. Take control of your health. Visit wholebodymri.ca to book now. Again, that's wholebodymri.ca. Get scanned.
Get winter ready with CarQuest Auto Parts. Save on premium brand name products. Castrol Magnatech Synthetic Oil 5-liter jug $29.97. Prestone Premix Coolant 3.78-liter jug $14.97. CarQuest Washer Fluid 3.78-liter jug $3.97. And Trico Ice Winter Wiper Blades all sizes $14.97. Hit the road with CarQuest for your auto parts needs. Visit a CarQuest Auto Parts store or carquest.ca for full flyer details at participating locations.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Springer coming home, and the Blue Jays take the lead.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 8th inning, and time is running down on the Blue Jays to come back in this game. Once a leader in the game at 6-1, they trail 9-6 to the Yankees. This is Game 3 of the American League Division Series, with the Blue Jays boasting a 2-0 series lead. Again, 9-6 the Yankee advantage. Devin Williams remains on for New York for a second inning of work. They decide to stick with Williams over going to Weaver, and David Bednar is already up in the Yankee pen, so this might be a bit of a combined inning between the two highest leverage Yankee arms.
Yeah, and I think Aaron Boone really liked what he saw from Devin Williams. I liked what I saw from Devin Williams in that 7th inning. The fastball was up to 97. He was locating well, and that changeup obviously was devastating.
Ernie Clement to lead it off for the Blue Jays. He has the most recent Blue Jay hit back in the 5th. He's 3 for 3 on the day. The pitch. High ball 1. 95 misses from Williams, who peaked at 97 last inning. Part of his struggles this year was that the velocity was down, but not the case tonight. His 1-0. Check swing. Called strike. 94 down the middle. You get the feeling Clement was sitting change on that one.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward half swing there. Like you said, that just tells me that he's sitting change up.
The 1-1. Sailed to the backstop, yanked it at 96 arm side. It did get a piece of Wells's mid, but a big miss there to make it 2-1. Name of the game is base runners for the Blue Jays, down by 3. It's Clement, Santander, Barger this inning. Blue Jays still have Lucas Straw-Heineman on their bench. The 2-1. Ernie rips it through the left side, a base hit. He's 4 for 4, and he breaks that drought. First Blue Jays hit since he had the double in the 5th, and they have a base runner here in the 8th inning.
It's pretty remarkable what he's been able to do tonight, and he leads this inning off exactly what John Schneider would have liked. You get the leadoff hitter on, you put together a couple of good at-bats, you might find yourself in a good position here.
Now you bring up Anthony Santander, who had the 2-run single in the 3rd, at the time made it 6-1, and was robbed of a hit on a diving catch by Aaron Judge in the 5th. He's hit it pretty well so far. Really extreme shift. Chisholm playing way in the hole right side in the pitch. On the ground toward first, it's foul.
And the Blue Jays are in a good position right now. You have that short porch in right field. You have the leadoff runner at first base, the leadoff batter at first base, and you have 2 left-handed hitters up right now. Obviously, Santander a switch hitter, but he's batting left-handed that can run into one.
And Williams over 20 pitches now in the game. Last one was his 21st. He offers. Ball. And it's high. Check swing by Santander, a fraction of an inch above the zone.
It's a great take.
For what it's worth, Devin Williams gave up 5 homers this regular season. 4 of them came to left-handed hitters. Right on left is 1-1. Upstairs again. Missed by a lot that time.
You have to force Devin Williams to be in the strike zone. He seems like he's lost control or command just a little bit here in the 8th inning.
Bednar's still warming if they need him. Tying run is on deck. The 2-1. Check swing. Called strike 96. Middle in. It's 2-2. Barger taking slow warm-up swings on deck. Ernie Clement leading off first. All eyes on Anthony Santander at the plate. Williams with a 2-2 pitch. Check swing. It was up and in, ball 3.
They are really pounding him in. A few fastballs up at the hands at about 96 miles an hour. Some good takes from Santander. You're just trying to move the line. That's all you're trying to do.
A changeup and then 4 straight four-seamers to Santander. 3 of them have missed up. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Peter down the middle, and Santander was late on it. 1 out.
That's what happens when you have that changeup in the back of your mind. That fastball was middle, and it absolutely blew Santander away.
And that will be Williams' last batter faced in this game. Aaron Boone points to the bullpen in right center, and it's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 9-6 Yankees, runner on first, 1 out in the top of the 8th. David Bednar entering. Lights go down at Yankee Stadium, and we go to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, guys. Let's continue checking on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Number of finals in the NHL. Panthers beat the Blackhawks 3-2. The Penguins blank the Rangers 3-0. Artur Silovs getting his first career regular season shutout in the win. Avalanche taking on the Kings in Los Angeles right now. That game's on Sportsnet 1-0 for both teams right now. About 7 minutes to go in the first period. But like I said, you can watch that on Sportsnet 1. Week 5 in the NFL is in the books, and in the wake of last night's 31-28 upset win for the Jaguars over the Chiefs, we do also have a trade to get to, a rare intra-division trade between the Bengals and the Browns. Cincinnati acquiring quarterback Joe Flacco and a 6th-round pick from Cleveland. Browns getting back a 5th-rounder on their side of things. So some reinforcements for Cincy, who are without Joe Burrow. And in Cleveland, it'll be the Dylan Gabriel show for now. We also got another trade. The Ravens sending edge rusher Odafe Owe to the Chargers alongside a 2027 7th-round pick. The Ravens getting back safety Alohi Gilman and a 2026 5th-round pick. And some injury updates as well. The Giants preparing to play the Eagles on Thursday Night Football. Some question as to the availability of rookie quarterback Jackson Dart. Dart was a full participant in practice today. He told reporters he will play on Thursday. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action in New York with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Into the game for the Yankees, looking for a 5-out save. It's David Bednar, the New York closer, on the hill. 9-6 Yankees, 1 out top of the 8th. Ernie Clement on first, and Addison Barger is sent to hit for Toronto. David Bednar has given up a run this postseason in 2 2/3 innings. Gave up a run to the Red Sox in his Yankee postseason debut, and then pitched 2 scoreless outings against Boston each of the next 2 days. So he went 3 in a row, but he hasn't pitched since. 5 days off for Bednar.
Yeah, and he had a great season this year between the Yankees and the Pirates. 6-5 with a 2.30 ERA, 64 games, 27 saves.
Right-hander throws upper 90s, also has a curve and a splitter. Splitter thrown more to lefties like Barger. He kicks and offers, and the first pitch is ripped on the ground foul, a hanging curve. Just out in front was Barger. It's 0-1.
That crippled breaking ball, that hanger, is a pitch that Barger hits very, very well. He was all over that, just a little bit out in front.
Just been a tick off in this game. Barger 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. They're not asking him for the homer. They just need to get one more guy on, and the tying run comes up. 0-1. Barger bounces it softly to second. Clement jumps over the ball as he races to second. Chisholm picks it up, throws to first. And that's the 2nd out of this top of the 8th. Ernie Clement into scoring position. But David Bednar not away from getting out of this inning.
You have to score that run from second base. You have to find a way to get that ball to the outfield. There's 2 outs in this inning. You shorten up. You go the other way. Have to score that run.
Andres Jimenez is the hitter for the Blue Jays. 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch, a ground out, and a line out. He taps the plate, pinwheels the bat, and looks out at David Bednar. 2 outs. Clement on second to pitch. High ball 1. Right on left. Next pitch from Bednar. Breaking ball. Called a strike. Dropped the curve on the outer third. Yankees dealt 3 prospects to get Bednar at the deadline when they essentially remade their entire bullpen. Is 1-1. On the ground to first, routine for Goldschmidt. Gloves, races to the bag. That does it for the 8th. Blue Jays haven't scored at the top of the 8th, rather. The Blue Jays haven't scored since the 3rd, and they trail 9-6 middle of the 8th inning. They will try and shut down the Yankees and then come back in the 9th. Bottom of the 8th is next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Wake me up when we make the playoffs.
Wake up, Canada. We made it.
At Endy, we know greatness starts with a great rest. That's the beauty of sleep. It fuels focus and sharpens performance. It's how Endy helps all Canadians rise to shine. Discover why Endy is Canada's best mattress. Shop Canadian made at endy.com.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. EyeSight Driver Assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's off the bench, and the Blue Jays win!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball, bottom of the 8th inning in New York. Pitching change for the Blue Jays as they trail 9-6. This pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Tommy Nance is into the game for the Blue Jays, looking to shut down the Yankees in the 8th. The Blue Jays this year, an astounding 73-4 when they score 5+ runs. However, they have committed multiple errors and other defensive gaffes and have struggled to temper the best offense in the regular season in all of baseball in the Yankees. That's why New York scored 8 straight to take the lead.
Yeah, if you look back, I mean, obviously that's going to be the talking point, those errors earlier on, but you also have to look at that pitch that Aaron Judge hit out for that 3-run home run. That was 100 miles an hour off the plate inside up at the hands.
And he doinked it off the pole for a game-tying homer at the time. First pitch to Austin Wells is called a strike 0-1. We'll see Judge one more time should the Blue Jays choose to pitch to him. He's due up third this inning. It's Wells and Grisham first. Nance, the big righty, with an 0-1. That's hit foul. A pop-up out of play left side, 0-2. Austin Wells reached on the error that really set that inning in motion where Judge hit the 3-run homer. 0-2. Foul back, still no balls and 2 strikes. It was 1 out, bases empty when Wells popped the ball up shallow left. Barger went back, at least in my mind, appeared to call for it, although looked more like a Davis Schneider ball. Schneider didn't call him off, and Barger had to adjust last second and drop the ball. 0-2. High and outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. After that, Trent Grisham was walked. Then you had to pitch to Aaron Judge, and he tied the game. 9-6 Yankees now, bottom of the 8th. 1-2 pitch from Nance. Line drive, base hit. Austin Wells shoots it into right center. He goes hard around first, but he'll backpedal back to the bag with his second hit of the game.
Austin Wells put together a pretty good at-bat right there. Fouled off some tough pitches, and then he got the mistake. He got that breaking ball that hung out over the middle of the plate, and he didn't try to do too much with it, just ripped it up the middle for a leadoff base hit here in this inning.
Blue Jays still within striking distance, down 3. They cannot really afford to give up any more. There's a runner on here with no outs in the top of the order up. It's Trent Grisham. Right on left, the pitch. High and outside, ball 1. Still within striking distance because they will have the guys you want up in the 9th inning. It's Springer, Schneider, Guerrero. 1, 2, 3 in the Blue Jay order due up in the 9th. But you can't really afford to get there trailing by more than 3. Nance with a 1-0. And it's outside again, ball 2.
Double play would do everybody some good here, especially with Aaron Judge standing in that on-deck circle. Throw that sinker down and away. Hopefully Trent Grisham rolls over one.
Two-0 pitch.
That's out.
Outside, ball 3. Nothing really competitive. A lot of them outside, out of the hand here, and a pitch away from walking Grisham with Judge on deck. The 3-0 pitch. Top of the zone with a sinker, strike 1. Grisham is a tough guy to get on the ground. This year in the regular season, hit it in the air, a career best 63% of the time. Part of the reason he launched 34 homers. 3-1. Called strike again. Grisham tilts his head, but that more than had the zone. It's a full count.
Good job getting back in this count. 2 good hard sinkers on the outside part.
Grisham asks for time, skips to the edge of the dirt circle, takes a practice swing, and walks back in. Lead off first base for Austin Wells after his single in this inning. No outs, and the pitch to Grisham in a 3-2 count. Hit in the air, left field, racing back Lucas. He just checked into the game. He'll backpedal and make the catch. Wells tags from first, dekes like he's going to second, slips, and then goes back to first. There's one out.
Trent Grisham showing off the power. That ball just kept going and going the other way. Actually, that fastball ate him up just a little bit. Nathan Lucas caught that ball on the warning track out in front of that wall in left field.
And let me amend now, with Lucas in left, it'll be Springer, Lucas, Guerrero in the 9th. But they want to get there only down 9-6, and Aaron Judge is up. Runner on first, one out. They'll pitch to him in this spot. Here it is from Nance, and it's hit on the ground at third. Charging Barger, gloves, throws on the run to first to get Judge. 2 down, and up to second base goes Wells. Big pitch there from Tommy Nance. First time they get Judge all game.
Yeah, good hard slider, well located. Getting Aaron Judge out in front. A nice play for Madison Barger, charging in, not really looking at that runner at second base. That was important. He knew that he was already at second base. Made a nice throw to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first base.
And I think they'll walk Bellinger here. Yeah, they will. Part of the reason they do this is first is open. The other part, Jose Caballero was slotted in to the number 4 spot by Aaron Boone. He decided to put Goldschmidt near the bottom of the order and Caballero in the middle. I'll be honest, I don't totally understand that decision, because now, with guys getting on in front of him near the top of the order, one of the softer hitters, not a terrible hitter by any means, but one of the softer hitters in the lineup is coming up for the Yankees.
I like that move there. Some managers don't want to do that. They probably try to pitch around Cody Bellinger, but Cody Bellinger is a good bad ball hitter.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess around too much with the way the Yankees have hit tonight. Pitch to Jose Caballero. Outside, ball 1. For Caballero, his 4th at-bat of the playoffs. 4th plate appearance. He's 0 for 3. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Power to sinker by him. This year in the regular season, split between the Rays and Yankees, he hit .236 did Caballero, 5 homers, although he was a far better hitter as a Yankee than he was as a Ray. 1-1. High ball 2. Caballero hitting the 260s as a Yankee, and despite playing less than half of the games as a Yankee that he did as a Ray, he hit 3 of his 5 home runs in pinstripes. Had an OPS over 800 in his 40-game stint. 2-1. Swing and a foul tip. Then they go back to the sinker up and in, and maybe you just stay right there. It's 2-2.
His sinker looks very good today. A lot of horizontal movement. Good velocity at 95 miles an hour right there. And Jose Caballero will tell you everything you need to know. He looked uncomfortable with that good hard sinker. Why speed him up and throw something off speed in this situation? But Aaron Boone's going to actually come out and have a conversation with Caballero. Not sure what's going on.
Think he shook something. They're checking him out right now. Is Tim Lentic, the trainer, out on the field as well. Getting another look right now. And it's almost like his left wrist turned over awkwardly. Looks like he'll remain in. They kind of need him to. They do not have an infielder left on their bench should he come out, and none of the guys in their outfield really play third. They have Dominguez and Escarra on the bench. Bellinger can play first in left field, but that's about it. Staying in is Caballero, and here is the 2-2 from Nance. On the ground right side, a base hit. Getting the wave, no. Now a stop sign at third for Wells. Charging in quickly in right field with Santander to get it back in, and that prevents the run from scoring for now, but the bases are loaded with 2 outs.
Anthony Santander in right field was playing way in, and he charged that ball really quickly. He got the ball in, keeping Austin Wells at third base. Obviously, that's because Jose Caballero doesn't have a ton of power the other way. Good job with your outfield placement there, I guess, from Carlos Fablis.
2 outs, bases loaded. Stanton up, 9-6 Yankees in the 8th. The pitch lifted to shallow infield grass, and it'll be Ernie Clement on to make the catch. That one just past the mound. Clement secures it, and that does it for the bottom of the 8th. No runs, 2 hits. The Yankees leave the bases loaded. 3-run game going to the 9th. 9-6 the Yankees lead. Springer, Lucas, Guerrero when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. EyeSight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models and get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one? Bingo!
Celebrate a win for your community at a charitable bingo and gaming center. Each game you play has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities facing challenges such as food insecurity, educational needs, and rehabilitation. So come choose from a wide variety of entertainment options. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly.
Charitable gaming, community good. At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, this is Kevin Gosman. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 9th inning inning is brought to you by Shell V-Power Nitro Plus. Want more from your vehicle? Try Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline, fueling every drive with a fuel like no other. Top of the ninth at Yankee Stadium. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The Yankees lead the Blue Jays 9-6. The Blue Jays need 3 to prevent a Game 4 for now. And they'll have to face David Bednar, who came on and got 2 very quick outs in the top of the 8th inning. Good news for the Blue Jays. It's the top of the order. George Springer, Nathan Lucas, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to hit for Toronto. Only 5 pitches needed for Bednar in the 8th. Here's his first pitch of the 9th. Called strike on a curve. Only guys left on the Blue Jay bench, Straw and Heineman. The kick and the 0-1. Check swing, it was outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bednar's been around a while, but entering today, no Blue Jay had seen him more than 3 times. He's been in the National League. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Really nice pitch. Splitter on the outside edge. 1-2. Springer 0 for 4 in the game. Facing a 1-2 pitch. And he swings and misses. Strike 3. 1 out for Bednar, who went back to the splitter. And that's a big out to start this 9th.
Yeah, especially with Vladimir Guerrero coming up 3rd in this inning. If you're a Blue Jay, obviously you wanted runners at 1st and 2nd with him coming up as the potential tying run. But David Bednar's got really good stuff. 97 with the fastball, and then you saw that split finger there. That's really unhittable.
Nathan Lucas hitting for the first time in the game. Hits 1 foul just over the Blue Jay dugout. Out of play 0-1. Worth noting, at no point this year has David Bednar given up 3 runs in an outing. His season worst is 2. Blue Jays trailing 9-6 in the top of the 9th after they led 6-1 in the top of the 3rd. 0-1 pitch. And he hit him, I think. Spun out of the way and it went to the backstop. And the ruling from Jordan Baker is that it did not hit him. Blue Jays asking Baker to wait. He's not paying attention to them right now. And they've decided not to challenge. Bednar's 1-1. Called strike on a hanging curve. It's 1-2. One out, base is empty. The 1-2, way high. Overthrew the fastball at 98.
This is the guy you want up in this situation. You want to move that line. You want to put together a good at-bat.
Just need base runners right now with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on deck. 2-2. Called strike 3. For the first time tonight, the top of the zone counts, and there are 2 down.
Nathan Lucas did not like that call. He had a couple of choice words for home plate umpire Jordan Baker. Jordan Baker was actually staring at Nathan Lucas, watching him slowly walk back to that Blue Jays dugout.
They're not losing because of Jordan Baker, but he's going to have a very interesting umpire scorecard tomorrow, given this insane zone that he's called tonight. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up, succeeding tonight despite it, takes low ball 1. I mean, top of the zone has been called maybe twice out of the 40 pitches that have landed there, and he decides in the 9th inning to ring someone up on that pitch. 1-0 to Vlad. Down and away ball 2. I don't think Bednar wants anything to do with him. Tying run is not on deck, but in the hole, rather, with the Blue Jays down 9-6, 2 outs, top of the 9th.
You can't try to do too much. You have to trust Alejandro Kirk if you're Vlad.
2-0.
Ball.
And that top of the zone pitch is not a strike. It's 3-0. Good gosh. Bring the robots. 3-0 pitch. Called strike. Vladdy, the last hope here. The 3-1 from Bednar. Foul tipped. We'll go to a full count with 2 outs. Bases empty. Yankees up 9-6 in the top of the 9th. Next pitch for Bednar is his 20th. To keep the Yankees alive. It's hit foul off the foot of Vladdy, and they'll do it again. Bednar leaning forward, now sets at the chest. The 3-2 on the ground left side. Diving stop, Guerrero gets up, throws to first, and the Yankees stay alive another day. They pull off a phenomenal comeback, down 6-1 to beat the Blue Jays 9-6 on the back of big performances from their big stars.
Obviously, that's a tough loss for the Toronto Blue Jays, up 6-1 in the top of the 3rd inning, and they couldn't hold on. You have to give credit to the Yankees bats. They barreled up some tough pitches today. Got a couple of big home runs from Jazz Chisholm and Aaron Judge. But when you talk about this game, when you think about this game, it'll be about the miscues that the Blue Jays had. IKF booted a ball out at second base. Addison Barger dropped an easy pop fly out in shallow left field. And I mean, that's not... The Blue Jays didn't lose the game because of those 2 miscues, but those were 2 big miscues. And I said this before the ball game, you have to play a clean game to win, especially in this environment. The Blue Jays just didn't do that.
Blue Jays lose 9-6. We'll take a quick step aside when we come back, wrap it up, and get you over to Blue Jays Talk. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Wake me up when we make the playoffs.
Wake up, Canada. We made it.
At Endy, we know greatness starts with a great rest. That's the beauty of sleep. It fuels focus and sharpens performance. It's how Endy helps all Canadians rise to shine. Discover why Endy is Canada's best mattress. Shop Canadian made at endy.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Ernie Clement with a go-ahead shot on the first pitch
to the 9 on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Yankee Stadium. A tough loss for the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the ALDS. They once led 6-1, but fall in this game 9-6. You've been waiting long enough, so we'll get you over to Blue Jays Talk in a second. I'm Ben Schulman, and the starters today did not play a big factor. Shane Bieber and Carlos Rodon, neither of them escaped the third, although the Blue Jays put 6 on Rodon, while Bieber gave up 2 runs, earned 3 runs total. An error in the first inning was one of 2 big errors for the Blue Jays in the game, but once Bieber came out, Blue Jays bullpen had a tough time. 4 straight relievers allowed runs. The Yankees scoring in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, including the foul pole homer by Aaron Judge that tied it at 6. And with that, New York won the game 9-6, the final, to make it a 2-1 series. The Blue Jays end this one with 6 runs on 9 hits, 2 errors, 6 left. For the Yankees, 9 runs, 12 hits, no errors, 8 left. Tim Hill with the win in relief goes to 1-0. Louis Varland with the loss, 0-1. David Bednar picks up the save, his second of the postseason. A 3-hour, 29-minute game in front of 47,400 ends in a Yankees win. And again, it's now 2-1, still in favor of the Blue Jays. But tomorrow, after a lot of bullpen use today, it'll be a bullpen day for the Blue Jays, we think. No announced starter at this point against Cam Schlittler, the rookie, who had a historic performance in the deciding game in their wild card series. First pitch of that game, 7:08 Eastern, back at Yankee Stadium. We hope you join us then, and we appreciate you tuning in tonight. For our technical directors, Tom Young, Stephen Coyle, and Stephen Pepe, our host and producer, Show Ali, analyst Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. Time now for Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker. It starts right now.
Well, I imagine some of you have some thoughts after what we just witnessed tonight. It is Blue Jays Talk with Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker on the Sportsnet Radio Network. 416-870-0590, star 590. 1-888-666-0590, 590 is the text line. The Blue Jays, I was going to say cruising with a 6-1 lead. I don't know if I necessarily actually felt that way, to be honest, but the Blue Jays had a 6-1 lead. Kevin, the Yankees came back to score 8 runs, win this game 9-6. There are so many talking points to this game, but first things first, was the moment too big for this team? And when I say the moment, I'm not just talking about the deciding game or a game with a chance to sweep, but the fact it was at Yankee Stadium. Do you put what we saw defensively, especially, down to Yankee Stadium?
I hope not. I think just sort of.
What are your suspicions?
I think they played bad defense. I think Bieber and Varland had tough nights. I think the Jays offense had 3 hits since the 3rd inning, didn't score a run. You go to Yankee Stadium, do all 3 of those things, or if you add 4 to the 2 pitchers, you're not going to win too many games. And whether it was the moment's too big, whether, people forget how to catch pop-ups and, ground balls that went under dudes' gloves that normally catch that 10 out of 10 times. Like it's, again, if you're walking away with this and you're John Snyder, you got to win one out of the next 2 games. And you know for a fact that Game 5's at home, where the Yankees are 1-8 this year. So I think you got that to hang your hat on too, but did what we saw tonight have anything to do with the moment? I hope not.
Well, the first inning, we saw an error from IKF starting at second base. We'll talk about that in a minute. That contributed to a run. You mentioned Vladdy. Ball gets away from Vladdy, or gets past Vladdy. Shouldn't say gets away from him. Addison Barger drops a pop-up. Buck Martinez had noted the inning before that the wind was starting to blow, but, that was a relatively... That's a play that gets made. And then Anthony Santander in right field. One takes a lousy route to the ball, if you want to even call it a route, and can't make the catch. And 4 defensive mistakes by a team that normally plays very, very good defense. And then, of course, the other question here is the pitching, Shane Bieber and the bullpen. Very quickly, because we're going to take a break and come back on the other side. Any issue with Shane Bieber being taken out when he was taken out by John Schneider? Considering we know it's a bullpen day tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, John was trying to win the game. You know, he saw exactly what I saw, that Shane didn't have his secondary pitch. You don't have a secondary pitch. You saw exactly what happened in the third inning. You get to 2 strikes. You don't have a put-away pitch, right? It's not finishing the slider righties. You know, the breaking ball was floppy. When it's floppy, it's easier to hit, no matter where it's at in the zone. Arm speed on the changeup just wasn't there. It was running more than sinking. Sometimes, you know, when it's good, he's sinking that thing. That's a pretty good distance between the fastball and the changeup. I mean, he was bad. What more to say?
Yeah. 9-6, the Blue Jays have lost the third game of this best-of-5 series to the New York Yankees. 416-870-0590. Star 591, 888-666-0590 is the text line. We're going to step aside, come back, go to the phone lines, hear from the skipper. Put a bow in this. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks, trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Alejandro Kirk is your hero tonight
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, welcome back to Blue Jays Talk. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker. We are poking through the embers of this 9-6 loss. The Blue Jays torching a 6-1 lead. The Yankees coming back, Game 4 of this series is tomorrow, 7:08, first pitch. The Yankees are the 5th team in MLB history to rally and win from a 5 or more run deficit in an elimination game. And Kevin, one of the reasons they were able to do it, we've got to talk about, we have to talk about Aaron Judge's at bat, Aaron Judge's home run in the 4th inning off of Louis Varland. Nobody in the StatsCast era, by the way, which is from 2005 to now, has hit a pitch that was that far inside and at that velocity for a home run. That was, by the way, the fastest pitch Aaron Judge has turned around, and for a home run in his career, it was 99.7 miles an hour. I mean, Kevin, we saw the swing. He pulled his hands in. You know, I know Caleb Joseph on the TV side, a little critical of perhaps the way that pitch was set up or not set up by Alejandro Kirk and Louis Varland. But look, you hit a ton of home runs in your career, Kevin. Just walk me through that, because that was, you know, just as a fan, just watching that, and especially from the umpire camera, that, I mean, tough for Jays fans, I get it, but my God, that was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, because of who hit it and because of what we've seen that dude do in the past, fisheye and pitch tipping. And first thing I thought of when Hazel said that out loud was, man, must have knew it was coming. And, you know, how do I know? I don't know that if he knew it was coming or not. I just know that, you know, maybe Caleb's right. You know, when Louis been good, he's throwing all 5 of them, right? I mean, you had him set up with the 0-2 pitch. You could tell he was cheating, opening up the front side, trying to get the ball in the air to the pull side, right? That was what he was trying to do. And everybody knows that's where you get him out. You got to get him out up and in. You know, I think that's to Caleb's point. He was too predictable. Mm-hmm. No matter how the velocity was, no matter where the location was at, Judge knows exactly where his little weaknesses is. Everybody's got one. That's his, is up and in. Sometimes I think that's the point, Caleb, and, you know, whenever I do talk about Kirky, is sometimes it makes too much sense to the hitter, right? Whatever the khaki card says, that's what we're throwing, no matter what. And I think that's to Caleb's point is, you know, you threw him the fastball middle away, he swings through it, looks like he's opening up the front side to set that thing up, go a couple of sliders away, even if they're balls, give him something looking away to where he has to respect that, and then you throw it up and in, and maybe you get a jam shot or something like that. It was just a little too predictable, but, you know, he's the best right-handed hitter in baseball. So, you know, when you do that at home and he hasn't had his moment in a while, it's a game of inches, you hit the foul pole. This is how you get beat. So we talked about this. Every little thing's got to go right in that place. Like every little situation where you got to push the right button at the right time against the right dude, you got to do it, especially in innings when your team ain't playing good defense. And you just got that feel that it's, you know, it's about to run off the tracks. You just got to, you know, make the right pitch at the right time. And it didn't happen. And the best hitter on the planet right now beat you.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about this series, it does appear that when this series is over, whoever wins it, I think it'll be safe to say that Vladdy and Aaron Judge will have answered some questions, both of them, about their postseason. I mean, Vladdy, another home run today. Vladdy getting intentionally walked, only the second time Aaron Boone has intentionally walked Vladdy. That tells you something, I think, about where Vladdy is right now. And, of course, Aaron Judge, if the Yankees come back to win this series, that is a signature postseason moment. That's the type of moment the Yankees fans judge a dude's career on. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Dave in Calgary, get us going.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Kev, I just want to make a quick comment. I want to thank you for coming on the radio in Calgary with the morning guys. Love your visits out in Calgary. Lots of baseball fans out here, so I appreciate you're always up in the morning coming and greeting us out here in Calgary. So I just wanted to say thanks for that.
Thanks.
You guys talked a lot about the defense. This team has won with, in my opinion, has won with 2 things this year: great defense and station-to-station baseball with the hits and stringing together lots of hits. Granted, they've hit a bunch of home runs in their first 2 games, but I've been, you know, Anthony Santander has had a couple good at-bats. He had a big one tonight. He drove in a couple runs. He had one over the weekend. But I'm sorry, he's, to me, in a lot of situations, he still looks overmatched at the plate in a lot of cases. And tonight, having him in right field at Yankee Stadium and having IKF at second base, to me, is your best utility player that can play anywhere, as is Davis Snyder. Putting those guys anywhere on the field, you are assured that they will make a play. And not having Nathan Lucas line up for the last couple of games, especially tonight, where he can hit really well. I don't care if it's a left-hander on the mound. I don't care the matchup game. He is one of your best defenders in the outfield, and he's showing he can hit in any situation, and he might run into a ball every once in a while as well. But he will drive in a run, he will run the bases well, and he will make all the plays. I don't want to chalk it up to the khakis and get into that whole conversation about we overthought the lineup, tonight or the last couple games. But I'm telling you, it was so frustrating watching them boot it around tonight because they beat themselves.
Yep, Dave.
Those runs that came in on those home runs tonight, they beat themselves.
Yeah. Dave, I appreciate the call. Yeah, Kevin, we're going to talk about this on the other side. Anthony Santander started in right field because the Jays liked the way his swing profile against Carlos Rodon. I don't think they wanted Nathan Lucas in there against Carlos Rodon. The only lefty they were comfortable having in there was Dalton Varsho. I do have some questions about not going with your best defensive outfield. Maybe Miles Straw. I have some questions about that. IKF at second base, I wasn't all that surprised. But I will say this. You had a chance to knock out the Yankees, and you did not put your best defensive team in the field.
Yeah, I think you got to remember they were up 6-1, handing the ball to Bieber in the third inning. And he just didn't get it done. Yep. I'm not disagreeing with the caller or you about the defense of Santander in right field, but Bieber had a lead of 6-1 going into the third inning.
He didn't get it done.
There it is.
We're going to say goodbye to our friends in the network. If you're listening in Toronto, stick around. Sportsnet 590 The Fan. If you want to listen online, go to the website. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays postseason baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts.
Fall prep is underway, which means it's Jiffy time at my house. And here's a tip for you. Book your fall jobs now before pros get busy so you don't have to stress. I already locked in my eaves cleaning with David and yard cleanup with Matt for October. That's 2 things checked off my fall to-do list. And you already know Jiffy will be taking care of the rest too. Try it yourself and download the Jiffy app or sign up at jiffyondemand.com with the code THEFAN for $25 off your first job. Jiffy, Canada's #1 home maintenance app.
It was a rainy day when Pizzaville surprised the big pizza conglomerates by introducing Pizza Romana. It's a crispy Italian sourdough crust that's oval-shaped with gourmet pizza toppings. The big pizza conglomerates complained because they don't have the Pizza Romana sourdough crust. I guess that's just sour grapes. Order your Pizza Romana at pizzaville.ca or on our app.
Toronto, get ready. On Wednesday, November 13th, the Canadian men's national soccer team battles Ecuador at BMO Field. This is international soccer at its best. Fast, fiery, and unforgettable. This match marks only the second time Canada and Ecuador have met on the pitch. Don't miss out. Tickets start at just $45, but they won't last long. The stage is set. Are you ready? Rally behind the Canadian men's national soccer team. Get your seats today at BMOfield.com.
Great goal! Let's go to Dave at the bench.
Oh, what a shot, Gord. Last time we spoke, you had been really tired. Not anymore.
Yeah, snoring all night. Losing sleep ruins your game.
Problem snoring? Suffer from sleep apnea? Invest in yourself. Call Dr. Paulette Pillersdorf. She'll use her laser to help treat your snoring and oral appliance like a sports mouth guard for your sleep apnea. Your partner will thank you.
Thanks, Gord. Book your appointment with Dr. Paulette Pillersdorf. Call 647-243-2006.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. EyeSight driver assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
This Thanksgiving, discover more value at Loblaws. Get no-name broth 900 milliliters for only $1.25 each. Offer ends Wednesday, October 8th. Shop now. Conditions apply. See flyer for details. Loblaws, proudly Canadian since 1919.
I'm the puck that just won't bounce your way.
I'm the gust of wind that makes the field goal miss.
I'm the final shot that bounces out. Yeah, that's me. I'm random. And before you bet more than you can afford to lose, remember, I'm always in play. Learn more at gamblingisrandom.ca.
Hi, I'm Cherry Tab, co-founder of the Herzig Eye Institute. Are you one of those fans who thinks a baseball game is more exciting on the radio because what you can imagine is better than what you can see? Or maybe you just need your vision corrected. Let our caring, world-class surgeons help you so you can really see how great your team is. Google Herzig Eye Institute. Learn about Herzig. Call us for a consultation. There's no charge. Look after yourself. Promise me.
The fall get-together is here at Canadian Blood Services, which means it's the perfect time to grab your crew, hit up a donor center, and experience what you get when you give together. It's not just about donating blood and plasma. It's about showing up and feeling like we actually did something.
Jesse, you're up.
Awesome. Be right there. Book an appointment today at blood.ca and experience what you get when you give. Canadian Blood Services. Who's saving who?
Ciao, I'm Dominic Vimucci, inviting you to watch the game with us, the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays. Order any one of our pizzas and add on chicken polini, wings, or wedges to make your game day complete. Step up to the plate and taste the difference.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
Why is Kintec different? Because real pain relief means more than treating symptoms. It means looking at how alignment, joint motion, and pressure points work together. That takes foot health experts who truly understand how your body moves, and a custom plan of orthotics, footwear, bracing, or a mix. So pain doesn't hold you back, and you can keep doing what you love. There are shoe stores, there are clinics. Then there's Kintec, footwear and orthotics together in step.
Hey, it's Matt Marchese. And I'm Mike Futa. We're discussing the top stories of the day across the NHL and the hockey world, weekdays at noon.
It's the Fan Hockey Show on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and wherever you get your podcasts.
All right. I could almost taste the champagne tonight, Kevin Barker, a little bit. When it was 6-1.
I could smell it.
You could smell the champagne.
I
could. Getting the bottles ready, putting them on ice. Getting set.
I didn't smell it long enough.
No, I didn't either. I smelled something else at some point.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, absolutely. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Welcome back to Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker. We are picking through the entrails of this 9-6 loss to the New York Yankees. Poor defense from the Blue Jays. Ineffective starting pitching from Shane Bieber and some shoddy relief work combining to and one mighty swing by Aaron Judge really combining to changed the tone of this series somewhat. The Yankees will have Cam Schlittler going tomorrow. All he did was strike out 14 over 8 innings against the Boston Red Sox. The Jays are going to go with a bullpen day. So let's find out what that means exactly, and let's hear from the skipper, John Schneider, about tonight's loss in the Bronx.
John, when you looked at top 3, 6-1 throughout the comeback there from the Yankees, is there one moment that sticks out to you particularly frustrating or a tipping point through all of that?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we did a really good job against Carlos. Kind of just didn't really play our game, really, when you look at kind of things as a whole, or as a whole. Just defensively, you give them extra outs and things like that, and they can do that in a hurry, So it's not one thing, it's a couple things, and their bullpen did a really good job, and we just gave them extra outs.
Given how much your bullpen had to do today, do you have pitching plans for tomorrow?
Yeah. Probably let you know tomorrow. You're trying to, again, like I said before the game, you're trying to take chances to win today, and it didn't work out. Everyone's available tomorrow. Everyone's available, just not exactly sure who's going to start yet. Got to talk through that with Pete and the guys, but I think, it's everyone's available tomorrow.
We'll stay in that same spot, John.
John, defense has been a selling point or a strong point for you guys all season long. Does that make it more frustrating what happened tonight when you guys had the lead to kind of have it slip away like that?
Yeah, but it happens, it's baseball. It's, again, I've said it a million times, these guys will be ready to play tomorrow. It happens. It gets magnified this time of year, sure, all that kind of stuff, but you got to take care of the ball, So is it frustrating? Yeah, it's frustrating today, but you gotta come to work tomorrow, get prepared, and physical errors happen, it's part of the game, but you got to move on and get ready for tomorrow.
One row behind, Shai.
John, that being said, when the momentum started to change towards the Yankees, was there, you were obviously trying different things to try and stop it there. Was there a sense for you that when it was starting rolling and maybe getting a bit uncontrollable on their end?
Say that again?
Was there a point where you sensed it was going to be really hard to stop the momentum they had built?
Oh, I mean, it's tough. It's tough as a whole to play here. I think we did a really good job of coming out and taking the lead. You're talking about giving a really good team extra outs, and you're talking about a really good player turning around 100, like 3 balls in, so you got to give credit for that, for one. But I think we just focus on, taking care of the ball. It can turn on you in a hurry, you know what I mean? And I think you just got to kind of stop any kind of momentum. Walks and errors will kill you against this team. So I think that was kind of the tipping point a little bit.
Stay back there with Mitch and then Ron.
John, just with the success the Yankee hitters have had against the bullpen at the back of game 2 there and then today, is there any common things you're seeing in kind of their approach against the bullpen or the success they're having there?
I mean, it's a good lineup, you know what I mean? You got to execute. And again, I think, Judge's swing aside, I don't think we located, secondary stuff the best. And, it's just one of those days. I don't think that they're doing anything different than they've done all year. It's a really talented lineup. So you gotta really execute, and you gotta really sequence it, the right way.
Against the wall on the right, Joel.
John, you mentioned a great player turning around 100. You're a couple of innings into this game. Are you thinking, are we going to be able to get out of here without Judge heavily impacting the series? And what do you think now that he has?
Yeah, man. You look at it like that. He's had a good postseason. He's had a good postseason. He's had a pretty good career. I think him and Vlad kind of are taking their game to a different level. You know what I mean? You can kind of look at those two guys as really rising to the occasion. He's someone you're always aware of. We're always aware of where he is. And I think they've done a good job of putting good players in front and behind him in the lineup too. So there's times where you just don't want him to swing. There's times where you say, okay, let's get after him, and I'll take 100, 101 with some nasty breaking stuff executed any day of the week. And it just didn't work out today. But hopefully, he gets a bad night's sleep and has some bad food tonight or something like that. But it's you give him credit, man. That was a ridiculous win.
A couple more for Schneids. Ron on your left.
I was going to say, can you fault the pitch selection on that homer on virtually any other batter would have been tied up?
Yeah, I don't know, man. He puts the fastball by him, and you can go one of two ways. You can try to go up and in like you did. You can try to bury a breaking ball. It's, again, man, you give him credit. That's you got to make pitches. Sometimes you got to make really good pitches. You know what I mean? And again, it's not like you're waiting for that to happen, but you understand the talent that he does possess.
I mean, even though you wouldn't, did you run through the parameters of, okay, walk him here and there?
I think about that a lot. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that every situation is different. Score, who's on the mound, time of the game, all that kind of stuff. I trust my guys to make pitches. You know what I mean? And then there's ways to get him out. Again, he's one of the best players, if not the best player in Major League Baseball. But I trust my guys to execute. And if there's a time where we cannot pitch to him, sure. But just give him credit.
Thinking about upgrading your equipment? Finning has a deal that's built to reward you whether you're a new or returning customer. From now until November 2nd, take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months on select CAT compact equipment. With payments starting as low as $1,458 a month, it's never been easier to own the gear you need. But hurry, these offers end November 2nd. To learn more and to book your demo today, visit your local Finning dealership or call 1-800-FINNING.
He ain't going to go out there and stuff you to death. He's got to set it up. He's got to locate it. He can't be predictable. And when you don't have three of your secondary pitches, it's going to be real tough to get through some things. And he had a 6-1 lead going into the third inning, Jeff. Like that's not good. And the Louis Varland thing, again, it is, everybody knows that's where you get Judge out, is up and in. And if I know it, Judge knows it. So, again, you get back to that. I know that was a very good question about, would you have went about it a different way? And John gave you a couple of scenarios. Well, when you go to it and it don't work, then you should have went the other way. I think that's where they're at in their season, especially against that dude. If you're predictable and you let him calibrate the heater, no matter how hard you're throwing it, he will hit that sucker to the moon. So, yeah, I talked about them big boy pants. I better give them a couple pairs tomorrow and hang them in their lockers.
Forbes in Toronto, you're a Cy Young winner, and you're given a 6-1 lead in the top of the third in the playoffs. You should be handing this off to the eighth inning setup man or the closer, if not finishing it yourself.
Can't disagree with that. No, well, maybe not the eighth inning.
I was going to say this is
sixth or seventh inning.
This is a dude coming off Tommy John surgery.
Oh, it's about his eighth start, Jeff. Yeah. Don't give him a break. He wasn't good.
Yeah, I don't know about complete game, but.
Well, he didn't say complete game. It's you. You should at least be rolling into the seventh inning with the lead, handing it over to whoever you want to hand it over with to be able to sweep.
Forbes says most of this is on Shane Bieber. He didn't deliver. In fact, you could argue he choked. That from Forbes in Toronto.
The defense wasn't great either. The IKF error in the first inning cost him a run. That's a tough play, right? It's a lefty. That's sort of got the top spin. You're trying to knock it down. Didn't work out, but he didn't pitch good.
No. Luke in Oshawa, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, boys. Tough game tonight. Started as good as you can imagine. I would like all of Blue Jay Nation to take a deep breath because I feel like if when we started this series, if we were realistic with ourselves, we would have known that it's probably going to go 5 because it's punt day tomorrow. But my question is, when they brought in Barger for IKF, once Rodon was knocked out, why would they not have put Lukes in left field for Schneider? I feel like he would have had that ball in his back pocket. Is that not a defensive automatic replacement? Love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, my response would be no.
Barger's an outfielder first. It's not a third baseman.
Yeah,
That's a routine pop-up in the big leagues.
Yeah, I don't know if
catch that 12 out of 10 times.
Yeah, I don't. Lucas instead of Schneider. I don't know. I mean, the same thing. If Addison Barger is there, he should make the catch. And Davis Schneider's not exactly been a butcher in left field either.
Well, and also Davis Schneider got it started in the first inning for the Vladdy homer, and then the 1-2 double he hit in the third.
And Santander did have that single too, a 2-run single. I mean, again, John is right though. Those guys did contribute, but John is right. You can't give the Yankees extra outs. You just can't give. You can't give in the playoffs. You can't give anybody extra outs. You just can't. And extra outs lead to more pitches. More pitches lead to more pitching changes, more bullpen usage. Go ahead, Kev.
Well, it was okay up until the Barger missed pop-up and the overthrowing from Fluharty to the leadoff hitter.
Yeah.
You know, that's a 5-pitch walk before the big boy walks to the plate. And then Louis Varland comes in. And, you know, we've been talking about that heater not playing all year or ever since he's been a Blue Jay. And ever since it has been playing, it's because he's using all of his pitches. And all of a sudden he didn't do it, which is a little odd.
9-6, the Blue Jays have lost to the New York Yankees. Game 4 of the series will go tomorrow night back in the Bronx. It's a 7:08 pitch. We'll step away for a break. We have no break this week. Oh, okay. Well, then we won't step away for a break. There you go. Error, Blair.
So you just rushing
me for
error
of the night. I was rushing you for nothing. 5th error of the night by a Blue Jay. That's not entirely right. Guy and Maple, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Yeah, it was a tough one, guys. I mean, if they were losing 9-0 and came back and made it 9-6, then you go, okay, you know, we lost a game. But when you're up 5 runs and you haven't lost a game all season, when you're up 5 runs, 39-0, I saw. That's psychologically going to be tough for these guys, I think. But, you know, you're right. They beat themselves. I mean, I think Barger, that play cost us 3 runs. I thought Santander, I don't know why Springer isn't allowed to play the outfield. He's still good. He still runs like a champ. You know, and then, of course, IKF cost us a run. I thought the Vlad play cost us a run where it went under his glove. Tough break. But what I don't understand is, listen, I know he had 4 consecutive 2-strike hits, Bieber. But, I mean, this is supposed to be your guy, your stud Cy Young guy that you pick up at the trade deadline. You're up 6-1. At that point, he's given up 1 earned run. And you don't let him battle it knowing that the next day is going to be a bullpen day. Like, I mean, I thought this was like the 8-1 game when the Mariners came back. He got too cute, I thought, Schneider. Tomorrow I'm guessing, and I'm guessing Lauer is going to play a huge role. I really hope that they start him, let him go one time through the lineup with these lefties, and, you know, maybe if you can get something out of him, maybe we'll come back and we won't have to play a Game 5. I'll stay positive. I just want to know your thoughts if you think it'll be, I'm guessing Eric Lauer who will probably eat up the most innings.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. I mean, look, the guys who weren't used tonight were Jeff Hoffman, Sir Anthony Dominguez, and Eric Lauer. So it would stand to reason, I would suggest, that they will probably get, those 3 will get the bulk of the work. There is an off day on Thursday. I don't pretend to know what order they would go in. I mean, would you go with Sir Anthony first and have him do what Louis Varland did against the Boston Red Sox, go with him for a couple of innings and then go with Lauer? Do you start Lauer right out the gate? Which, I mean, that's what I would do.
Me too.
I was wondering about Yariel Rodriguez as a possibility. He didn't even get up in this series until today. I don't know how many pitches he threw, but, I mean, it is going to be all hands on deck tomorrow. All hands with the exception of Trey Savage and Kevin Gossman. But it'll be all hands on deck, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow. If the Jays don't win tomorrow, then the whole question about why Chris Bassett isn't on this roster comes into play. And yes, I know Chris Bassett is not the same pitcher on the road as he is at home. I get all that. But this would be a good situation to have a guy who started before start the game. So maybe it will be Eric Lauer.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume he's going to play a big part. You know, that's a really good call by Guy. You know, the more you think about the Bieber thing, what the score was, how he was looking, Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a tough call. You're trying to win a game. You can see he's on the ropes. You know, his secondary stuff that second time through. You could tell they were getting frisky on some stuff they shouldn't have been getting frisky.
He
on.
was having a hard time putting guys away.
He absolutely did. I mean, all those 2-strike hits just sort of, it was the Giancarlo Stanton sack fly, right? Where he threw one good slider, he tried to back it up with another good one, and it was sort of a cement mixer where he could extend his arms, catch it out front with a little backspin, and get the sack fly. It's a tough call. I mean, it's on the one side you want to end it right there. On the other side, you got to remember there's a bunch of people going to throw tomorrow.
Speaking of that, Aaron Boone was asked about what his lineup decisions might look like tomorrow, knowing that the Jays have a bullpen game.
When they're going to throw a bullpen game tomorrow and not tell anyone what their plans are until the morning, how does that impact your ability to game plan? Or knowing it's a bullpen game, do you just maybe tend to drift toward your best lineup rather than worry about matchups that you don't know about in advance?
No, I'd probably lean towards a little more true balance in the order, knowing, try and make some tough decisions throughout.
That's interesting from Aaron Boone. I mean, I'm sure he's done the same thing we've done. He's looked at who's pitched and who hasn't pitched, and my guess is he's going to go to bed tonight thinking it's Eric Lauer. But yeah, I mean, that's the only thing you can do. You're going to see lefties, righties, You're going to see everything tomorrow. So I think if you're Aaron Boone, you do try to go out there with a balanced lineup. And, and as he said, create situations where maybe you force, because here's the thing. Tomorrow's game, Aaron Boone should be able to force John Schneider's hand a couple of times because it is a bullpen game and because he's at home.
I mean, John's got what he's got. Like, it's not like he's going to reinvent the wheel and Little's going to get 3 righties. It ain't happening. Like, there's certain lanes for every single one of them dudes until you get to the 8th and 9th inning with Sir Anthony and Hoffman. Lauer's going to get 50 pitches. I mean, how he uses those 50 is, debatable. For me, starting the game, don't overthink it. He's one of your dudes. He's one of the main reasons why you've had an opportunity to play in these games. Give him a chance to go out there and get it done. Give the lineup a chance to do whatever the lineup's going to do. They're going to play better defense tomorrow, Jeff. I mean, this is the first hiccup in a long time that they've had defensively.
Yep, you're right.
And so they'll show up tomorrow. They will make those adjustments. That won't happen again. Tomorrow, the Yankees will have to earn it, which is the bright side of that.
Speaking of the misplays, Addison Barger was asked about that misplay on that pop fly.
Yeah, I think it was pretty swirly out there up top when it got to its highest point. I felt like I was in position to make the play, and I kind of just started tailing towards the stands a little bit, which is kind of weird for a left-handed fly ball. Usually it would come back towards the line at the end. So it took off the other way and tried to get to it and hit it off the tip of my glove.
Pretty much Addison Barger's explanation. It was, though, Kevin, wind or not, that's a routine play.
Yeah, it's the big leagues. I mean, that's, I wish you'd have heard that. Would say, I should have catch that every day and twice on Sunday. That's what you should have started with. But the explanation is good because of what Buck said. Buck was there. He said the wind's blowing the way it was blowing towards the outfield and left field, towards the foul line. That's exactly the way the ball went, right? It's that sort of when you see the wind blowing, the pop-ups going up, the communication might have been a little bit better. You might have been a little bit more aggressive going after the baseball. But bottom line, he didn't catch it. When you don't catch it, you give them dudes an extra chance in that stadium with the way you play on the road. Let's be honest. They ain't the same team on the road as they are at home. All them plays got to be made. Tomorrow they'll clean it up. They'll be better defensively. Yankees, if they're going to beat them, will have to beat them. They ain't going to beat themselves.
Well, and they do. I mean, the thing is, though, they do have Cam Schlittler on the mound. Like, that is, that'll be a test. But the Jays have seen him before. So it's not like it will be uncharted territory for them.
Those hard. Get ready to hit it.
Yep.
No secret.
Should mention, by the way, in the other series that the Seattle Mariners, they finally got that game in after an endless rain delay. The Seattle Mariners winning that game. The final score was 8-4, so they are leading the Detroit Tigers 2-1. 4 baseball games tomorrow as both the AL and the National League get going again. Taking a look at our text line, Dan in Toronto. The errors hurt us, but I needed to see this offense do a bit more against the bullpen. Needed to see some better ABs versus Cruz, Dovell, and Hill. Yeah, one thing we have to say, the Yankees bullpen, which had been a bit of an Achilles heel for them, really came through tonight. Tim Hill, in particular, their lefty specialist, their only lefty, not lefty specialist, the only lefty in the bullpen, really did some good work for them tonight.
Yeah, the Jays are 74. We're coming into tonight. They were 74-3 when they scored 5 or more. They had 6 runs. I mean, it's almost, I've been in them lineups before where you score a bunch of runs and then, your pitching staff lets them come back, sort of lets the air out of your sail. Like you sort of lose track of what you're trying to do at the plate. I'm not holding that against them. You got a 5-run lead with Bieber on the mound in the 3rd inning. You should win that game.
Yeah, that then again, we can't. I almost feel that with the home runs and the and the sloppiness, the sloppy defense, we do have to get back to Shane Bieber. This is a guy the Jays acquired at the trade deadline for precisely this situation. And yeah, he didn't come through for them tonight. And whatever the reason is, the fact of the matter is he didn't come through for them tonight. I mean, you really can't put it any other way.
Quality of location wasn't on point. When it's not on point, that's when they can get sac flies when they shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they get bloop singles when they shouldn't. That's when they get doubles when they shouldn't. And they were up 5 in the 3rd on the road, up 2-0. It don't get much better than that, does it?
No. 6-1 lead. Come on. 6-1 lead against a team that, has some issues themselves, right? Even tonight, it's not like the Yankees played a flawless game. They threw to the wrong field base. Bellinger dropped the ball. Judge gets caught. I mean, it wasn't like they played a completely clean game, but 9-6, man, you may have let him back into this thing.
Hey, let's remember they did everything possible to get Bieber ready for tonight. Down the stretch, they maneuvered a bunch of dudes around that had been doing it all year.
Fair point. Nope, absolutely fair point. 9-6, the Blue Jays have lost to the New York Yankees. The 4th game of this series goes tomorrow. First pitch is at 7:08 right here on Sportsnet 590 and Sportsnet. So thank you for listening to Blue Jays postseason baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast.
You're on Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Had similar numbers, not as good of results. And this year, I've just seen too many times where he's either been unable to move or he's missed some throws. Now, he's made some throws. It's not like he's just a guy off the street. He's a Super Bowl winning quarterback who knows how to play this position. But when you get older, your brain can play it better than your body. And I think that's where he is. For Cincinnati, I said they should have traded for Russ. I don't think it would have worked out, but you've built a team to get it to these 2 receivers, so I get why they made a move. But sometimes, guys will be bad, and then